A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you to the Hazley Crawford Stadium yet again for day 2 of the Massey Secondary Schools Track and Field Championships for 2026, the Trinidad edition. And you could see here the hurdles events up and running. This is the girls under 17 400 meters hurdles, and it's really an amazing. Kadisha Span, of course, is the record holder, as these athletes coming into their own now and trying their best to make it happen. Comfortable victory in the end here to start us off and making it look so easy. So again, girls under 17, 400 meters. The hurdles, 106.39 for young Welch. Rouse. So again, we had a very interesting first day, and we anticipate more fireworks on day 2. And immediately we're going to see the boys with their 400 meter hurdles event. For under 17 boys, as we anticipate Isaiah John from El Dorado East, Anthony Alexander from Success Laventel, Ezekiel Jones from Toko, and Michael Ramjak from Trinity East. So a lot of these youngsters probably would be a little bit sore from yesterday, I would imagine, but the ones who are better trained, better prepared, who might be accustomed to doing the hard work would probably know how to recover. So 17 plus merged here. A quick look at the board. You see? So here we go to start this off here now with the 400 meters hurdles. Boy, 17 plus and 17 merged. And it looks very interesting here. This Isaiah John on the inside. Of course, the technique is not the best, but again, this is a very demanding event. And you see the better athletes as they sort of consistently count their steps between the hurdles. The first 7 are staggered, and then the last 3 more or less even. And there he is. This is coming into his final hurdle now. And it's really just clear sailing to the finish line to 58.91. And Alexander from Success Laventil would be second. So John 58.97 for Isaiah John of El Dorado East. And Jones 110.32, Ezekiel Jones from Toko. So those are your top three. So again, yesterday we did not have the official opening ceremony, and so I anticipate today we will have something or some portion of it, if not the entire opening ceremony. So again, just to give you an idea of what we can expect today with the under 17 400 meter hurdles, girls and boys, and of course the 17 plus for girls and boys, and the girls under 15 100 meter dash events. Now for the boys, the hurdles of course are going to be raised just a little bit. For the girls under 17s and 17 plus, it was 0.76 meters. And for the boys, it's 84.84 meters. So it's been raised, and for the 17 plus, it's been raised even higher to 91.91 meters. So it's just been raised ever so slightly for the older boys. So you see the officials just raising the hurdles just a little bit, so it means that the older, stronger boys, they will have a slightly higher hurdle to clear. It's the same. They have 7 sets that are basically staggered, and then you have the last 3, which are almost there. So you see the boys 17 plus. Stanislaus Brown Pereira. Western is also included. But for all intents and purposes, we just have 2 athletes. Or make that 3. I'm not sure if these 3 will be joined by another. We've seen that yesterday, where athletes either stay in the shade for as long as possible, and just before the event is called, they return to the track. So the athletes are under starters orders for the boys 17 plus 400 meter hurdles. Very fast start. Omari Brown running out of lane 6 and really looks to have had this race covered as he goes screaming up the back straight away and looking very, very strong indeed. And again, because he is one of those very multi-talented athletes, very, very adept at these events. And you look at him just coming around very nicely from Pres San Fernando. And really it's a battle against the clock. He doesn't have any competition in this one. So his time is what he's looking at. And he's going to stop the clock there at 54.67 or thereabouts. And Brown, of course, is one of this country's main Ezekiel Stanislas coming in there in third and from Toko Pereira, 119.30, so 55.82. Dominating his events, and here again today he's capable in a number of disciplines, and certainly one for the future, and we looking forward to following his fortunes at the upcoming Curved Games. I think a lot of people are. In fact, there are a lot of young emerging talents, especially in the field events. I think Trinidad and Tobago has really established itself now as a real powerhouse in field events. Even at the Curved Games level, they've really put forward a number of outstanding performers at Curved with the idea that as they get stronger and they get older, bigger, faster, stronger, that they will in fact be this country's next wave of Olympians, Pan Am Games, standouts, Commonwealth Games, World Championships, you name it. And we look forward to following their fortunes in a similar vein to how we came up with a Keyshawn Walcott or even a Hazley Crawford before, because Hazley was also one of those athletes who kind of went through the system. From Serrat, Neil De Silva, Alvin Daniel, you name it. A whole host of our athletes were pretty dominant on the local scene at the age group level and then into the senior level. Ian Morris and others, even on the ladies' side, Michelle Iayi, Esther Hope, and you go back, you name it, they were always showing that promise from a very tender age. So by the time they got to the international level, you pretty much had an idea. Candice Scott, Cleopatra Borrell, and others. We can go even Atto, although Atto didn't really excel in track in Trinidad initially. He kind of fancied himself as a footballer at Fatima College, and then, even though he was playing football, when he first arrived in the U.S., that's kind of like where he was. That's the path that he was following. Track and field, in cricketing terms, he didn't really do what most of us would have done in terms of going through the school system, playing cricket, and then playing, bat series or regional tournament before graduating to the senior team. Ambrose, I think, just started to play at a very late stage. He was more into basketball at the time. And then he kind of stumbled into cricket, because cricket is such a dominant sport in all of the islands in the Caribbean, or most of them anyway, that he probably, just kind of played because all his friends played. And as you saw there, it suited him very well, and he just made a career choice. Even Michael Holden was he would always tell you he still have a lot of his records at school that still haven't been broken, and Jamaica is such a hotbed for track and field stars at a very early age. For somebody like a Michael Holden to set a record that might still be standing even today says something. And when he was one of those that was also a standout junior track and field star. Himself and Simon Newman were fast bowlers on the Jamaica youth cricket team. Simon Newman then kind of continued his path into track and field and went on to the Olympics, I would imagine. And Holden went in the other direction and became a world-class cricketer, a fast bowler of some repute, as we say. So it happens, and so you just never know, and that's why it's so important for parents to bring their kids at events like this, because then they see others like themselves showcasing their talents and excelling and seemingly having a lot of fun doing it. And so you never know when that switch is going to go off in their mind. So that's why we really encourage parents to let the kids play. Just let them see what others are doing, and make sure that they understand what is happening out there. And as they grow, they will make their own choices. So don't limit them to they must play either football or cricket or anything like that. Enjoy it in the process. So it's and you basically speak to anybody, they will tell you that it was really about what they saw when they saw it and when they fell in love with whatever it is. So if it's the track and field events, whether it's the high jump, the long jump, you never know who's going to be watching and what is going to attract them. Some people might want to do everything, so then they become a multi-sport exponent, and they excel at it and do very well. So it's always about allowing them the opportunities to showcase what they're capable of and let them grow and develop as they go along. And we see that so often. And remember, when you're dealing with age groups, some people develop faster than others. And, you look at someone, you say, that one is going to make it. And then some other name pops up and all of a sudden just kind of passes them on the way 2-3 years down the road, because they're just late bloomers, and they just do it at their own pace. As we speak, we're seeing the high jump is taking place. So again, we have a number of field events also lined up for today. Again, we have the heptathlon, the boys 15 plus long jump, the outdoor pentathlon girls 15 plus high jump. Of course, we have a series of 100-meter dashes coming up. The girls hammer throw open, the 4 kilogram hammer throw for the girls as the open event. The boys U15 shot put 4 kilogram. The girls U15 discus throw 1 kilogram. And the boys under 15 100-meter dash also on top for today. We have a number of heats, and I'm sure people are looking forward to that, to see what is traditionally, or what has been, the blue ribbon event at most track and field events. So again, we have those under 17 boys preliminaries as well, the 100 meter. The girls under 15 shot put, the 3 kilogram. The boys pole vault open. And the girls have a 17 plus 100 meter dash, their preliminaries. A number of heats there as well. Similar to the boys under 17s. And we have the triple jump open. Followed by the girls, that's the girls triple jump. We have the girls U15 800, that's a final. The boys U15 800, another final. Girls under 17 800, a final. And the boys under 17 800 as well. The girls U17 plus 800 and the boys U17 plus 800 meter event. The outdoor pentathlon, the girls 15 plus 800 meter run, and the heptathlon boys U15 800 meter run also. And then of course we close off this evening with the girls and boys 400 meter events. So as you could see, we're getting ready for the display of flags from the various schools participating here at this time. Of course, that would be the flags for the Trinidad and Tobago flag, of course, and the Secondary School Sports Association, Track and Field Association. But in the background, you're seeing the flags of the various schools with some of their representatives. It really paints a beautiful picture here at the Queen's Park, at the Hazy Crawford Stadium, as the school representatives proudly display their flags. Remember, there are 99 schools taking part, not all of them with their flags here today, but a vast number of them are there as we get ready for the playing of the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago.
School Curriculum Officer, Ms. Susan Daniel Robertson, Ms. Alan Rose, environmental, I tell you all the other things that she told me, but ESG from Massive Foundation. We have also with us other sponsors as well, T-Mobile, Interrail, New Waters, Universal, teachers, principals, officials, spectators, athletes, media. Good morning! That's not enough. Good morning! It is a great pleasure that I welcome you to the second day of competition here at the Massey Secondary School Track and Field Championships Tobago, Trinidad, to the order of Yapon. My mind is going way ahead. Trinidad. We are so thankful, firstly, for our sponsor, our title sponsor, Massey, who came on board and allowed this championship to take place. Also supported by Blue Waters, Gatorade, and B-Mobile. As you will know, every year around this time, 8 schools and Roxborough Secondary emerged champions in Tobago. But this year, we couldn't bring Tobago to Trinidad. So with every calamity allows for opportunity. So for the first time ever, secondary school track and field brought all the schools in Trinidad together in one place. We have 99 schools registered to participate over 3 days. With close to 1,700 athletes. Give yourselves a round of applause. Last night I wondered this setup. I told myself, it seems as though it is the way to go. So I am planning to put to my general council that we have the Tobago Championships, we have the Trinidad Championships, and then we have the National Championships. So every student, everywhere, can have an opportunity to grace the mecca of track and field, the stadium itself, the beautiful Harrison Crawford. It doesn't matter if it is your first time or you are a premier athlete, you deserve the right to showcase your talent to Trinidad today and the world. And as you may know by now, this meet is being streamed live by 360 TV, and it's supposed to be also on flow. So it's all over the world. You are all over the world. And that exceeds my 2-minute speech. All right, I want to thank you. I want to wish you all the best for over the 2 days. And may God bless you. One more time, let's put out together for the President, Mr. Joseph Brewster, leading from the secondary school track and the field. The fantastic work that they continue to do. You know, it's blazing sun now, 24 minutes on either side of 10 a.m. As in everything that is worth moving forward. To be able to do that, we need to have partners and sponsors on board. We are extremely elated to have the Massey distributors on board with us, and to speak and make greetings on behalf of the Massey distributors. Please welcome the foundation and ESG strategic manager of the Massey Group. Please welcome.
My name is Adele, and I am the foundation and ESG strategy manager for the Massey Group, not just the distribution of. I will stand on the protocols that have been established by Mr. Brewster, and I'm going to take you on a quick trip through history. The Massey Group was established more than 100 years ago. The Massey Foundation came to life in 1979 with a very clear role to be the philanthropic arm of the Massey Group. So we have had a laser focus on poverty alleviation and promoting sustainable development across Trinidad and Tobago since 1979. By the time Massey established its foundation, there was something amazing that had happened on the athletic calendar in Trinidad and Tobago a few years before. Does anyone know what that was? I'll give you a hint. We're celebrating the 50th anniversary this year. And we're actually all in the space that recognizes that accomplishment. In 1976, Paisley Crawford won Trinidad and Tobago its first Olympic gold medal. And I think, considering the space we're in, that's something that deserves a round of applause. I hope that every single one of the athletes participating in these championships can and should draw inspiration from that accomplishment. Something that's even more inspiring to me though, and I don't know how many people knew this, is that in that same 1976 Olympics, Paisley Crawford actually qualified for the 200-meter finals, and he had to withdraw due to an injury. Why is that inspiring? Because he didn't quit. He believed in himself, he healed, and he came back to win gold at the 1977 Central American and Caribbean Championships, and then bronze and silver at the 1978 Commonwealth Games. May we all learn from his resilience. And Massey as a group knows something about resilience. When first set of Neil and Massey companies were born in 19 Queens, to a them-alone approach. The brainchildren of Harry Neal and Charles Massey have grown into the Massey group of companies that we know today. An ecosystem that provides a myriad of products, services, and skills, while ensuring that we not only have a positive impact on the communities we operate in, but also that we engage with those communities so that they can have a positive impact on Massey as well. And these championships aren't just having a positive impact on the Massey group, but on Trinidad and Tobago. We at Massey believe that sports, along with play, are an intrinsic part of our human and social development. Who remembers, young or old, playing rounders, oral, and hopscotch? What about pretending to be Usain Bolt? Rallying around the West Indies, Soca Warriors, Atto Bolan, Keyshawn Walcott, J.B. Gordon, Jerry Richards. Really think about it for a moment. Play, and by extension sport, not just teaches us some invaluable life skills, it also ensures that we put them into practice. Where did you first learn the value of teamwork? Was it in the classroom or on the playground? Who taught you about fair play? Was it your parents, your teachers, or was it your peers when you were trying to start the race? During recess, but your foot was already over the starting line. What about the importance of knowing the rules? I think we get the point. Don't misunderstand. Sport in and of itself is not a perfect solution for all our social problems. The negative side effects do exist, including discrimination, corruption, fraud, and gambling. But as the UN rightly states, to enable sport to unleash its full positive potential, emphasis must be placed on effective monitoring and guiding of sport activities. And this does not develop automatically. It requires a professional and socially responsible intervention to take field championships. I, for one, think it would be amazing if the spirit of goodwill, teamwork, clean competition, and self-worth that I'm sure is permeating through the stadium can spread throughout all of Trinidad and Tobago as well. And who knows, maybe these young athletes will embrace the spirits of these games so strongly that they become the start of the change that we are so desperate to see in our country. On behalf of the Master Group, I thank you.
Thank you once again. Put your hands together for Ada Rose. Always a rose is a rose is a rose. And as Peter shares, thank you very much for your very instructive, informative, inspirational. More importantly, you were able to identify 100 years in existence of Massey Group. But even greater than that, we are creating history today because we are celebrating the first gold medalist in the person of Hazy Common Stadium, the man himself here, achieving the gold medal in 1976. So all those persons who are here, even those who are watching, 50 years of history created. Thank you very much once again, Ms. Ada Rose, Foundation and ESG Strategic Manager of the Massey Group. We'd like to call before the other speaker, the foreign athletes to make yourselves available, and immediately you can report to the white tent right in front of the main stand. Yannick Stewart of Togo, Jolene Roberts of Bishop Nancy High, Isaiah Lutchman of Miracle Ministries, Chelsea Joseph of Faisabad, Tilly Vincent of Sixth Form Government, and Anikwa Bailey of Corpus Christi. You're kindly and urgently wanted right now at the white tent, right in front of the main stand. Thank you. We'd like to invite, representing the Ministry of Education, long-standing friend, moving in the various areas, very colorful, very flamboyant, and energetic, committed to the task of physical education and wide variety of sport in Trinidad and Tobago. The curriculum coordinator active of physical education and sport, curriculum planning and development division under the MO.
Curriculum officers and school supervisors, officials, of play builds character. On the track, you learn how to win with humility and lose with dignity. You learn that success requires preparation, sacrifice, and consistency. These are lessons that will remain with you long after the final race is run and the final medal is won. We must also recognize the indispensable role of our teacher and the foundation upon which success is possible. So our parents and guardians, your encouragement, sacrifices, and presence here today are powerful reminders that our children do not succeed alone. They are supported by strong families and communities. The Ministry of Education remains firmly committed to the holistic development of every child entrusted to our care. We believe in nurturing well-rounded individuals, young people who excel academically, grow socially and emotionally, and develop physically through sports and healthy competition. Championships such as these reflect that commitment in action. To our athletes, I encourage you to compete fiercely but fairly. Let integrity guide every stride, every jump, and every goal. Respect your competitor, honor the official, and represent your school with pride. Remember that although records may be broken and champions proud, your greatest accomplishment will be the character you demonstrate and the commitment you bring to every moment. You are the future of our nation. Among you are tomorrow's national representatives, leaders, innovators, and role models. The discipline you cultivate here will serve you in every arena of life. As these championships unfold, may they be marked by excellence, safety, unity, and inspiration. May we witness not only remarkable athletic performances, but also the very best of youth sportsmanship. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, I extend my best wishes every athlete for success. To each who will pride in their achievement, and to all participants for the safe and unforgettable championship. Thank you, and may the Massey Secondary Track and Field Champions Trinidad 2026 be a resounding success.
Continue with the applause there for the well-renowned and prominent student of Thank you very much for your very inspirational and motivational remarks on behalf of the Ministry of Education. We'd like to take the opportunity now, the very names that were called earlier are students who would have broken records yesterday in the SSTF, the Secondary School Track and Field. We'd like to invite the Chief and title sponsor and the return of Miss Rose, Ada Rose, over to the Saint. You are looking like a saint, please. Miss Rose, who will do a very crucial part, and she will engage the president of the Secondary School Track and Field.
So Massey believes in recognizing excellence. And Mr. Brewster reached out to us yesterday and said, you know, there were so many students who were breaking previously set national records. What is coming towards us now? And in recognition of this, we have a small token for you on behalf of the Massey. For those we anticipate will go on to break records today and tomorrow. So we'll hand it over to Mr. Brewster for him to distribute. Keep him
So they had what is partly the official opening of the games on day 2. And again, you can't help but be amazed at the various flags from the various schools. So again, they're going to march off, heading towards the VIP, the tunnel, and head on out to come back inside. So again, congratulations to all of the schools who are participating here, and we certainly salute them and their efforts, their coaches, their teachers, all who would have contributed to make it possible for them to be here showing off their skills at that. And now you saw just now there the presentation to Keltia Joseph from Faizabad Secondary in the girls under 17 100 meter event from yesterday, 14.61 seconds. That was the 100 meter hurdles event yesterday, 14.61 seconds for her, as we see the schools, the students with their flags proudly displaying their school emblems, their mottos, and really just the words of encouragement, what it is that these schools stand for and what the children are reminded of day in and day out when they put on their uniforms and or when they enter. To Kelsia Joseph, we had a Yannick Stewart from Toko Secondary in the girls under 15 javelin, 35.25 meters. We had Jillian Roberts from Bishop Anstey High School in the 60 meter hurdles, 10.11 seconds. The boys under 15 80 meter hurdles, Isaiah Lutchman from Miracle Ministries Pentecostal High School, 9.20 seconds. The girls 17 plus 100 hurdles, Taniqua Vincent from Sixth Form Government, 14.56 seconds. And Anikwa Bailey from Corpus Christi College, the girls 17 plus 1500 meters, 4:49.22 would have been the times there. So congratulations to all of them posting some amazing records yesterday, and well, they've been rewarded by Massey, so I'm sure they'll be picking up their prizes and their whatever is their tokens for their record performances yesterday. So congratulations again to all of those who have broken records as we speak. We see the boys long jump is also up and running. So quite a number of events are taking place at this time. Well, will be soon, I should say, now that we've had that little ceremony there. We're getting ready now for a return to action. We had a couple hurdles, and now it's up to see whether it will be able to. That O.C. Ambrose from Trinity East. That's the man in your picture there. And we also have the girls' high jump taking place as well. So we have the long jump and for the boys, and the high jump taking place simultaneously. So Ambrose There's Mark Weston. Of course, the girls are also doing their high jump. Of course, they're not confident enough, some of them, or they don't have the technique just yet for that Frostberry flop. And that's a foul. You could see him chopping there as he's approaching the boards. And never a good approach. You want to be straight in there. You don't even want to be looking down to see where you're going. You want to make sure that you have the distances worked out and you have your timing and everything right, so that when you push off from on your run up, you know exactly where you're going. So as they prepare the sand, and unfortunately there, the young man, after he made that jump, I think he stepped on his own hand as he went in the sand. He ran straight to the medical tent, probably because he might have just felt the sting from his spike, just probably pinning his finger into the ground, so he might have bruised himself. So Mark Weston is getting ready probably for his second jump. Mark Weston from Cohen Hamilton, he's getting ready for his next jump, but I think you go after O.C. Ambrose from Trinity East in the yellow top. The girls, again, it's all about precision. And about getting the angles right, because very few of them will run up like straight. They go at an angle, and then they try to approach the bar at an angle and put their bodies in a position. It's like really you contort your body to try to get over, but that's with the Frostberry flop. And we'll see if these young ladies, which of them will be brave enough to attempt it that way, but instead we go with the sort of standard straddling the bar with both legs. So we just saw Ambrose, O.C. Ambrose, with his second jump from Trinity East. Mark Weston from Cohen Hamilton is getting ready for his second jump. And remember, coming up in a short while, the 100 meters. We have U15 boys and girls, U17 boys and girls, and of course U17 plus boys and girls. So we have a lot of sprinting coming your way in a short. Here we go. And again, look at the angle. And she does go with the flop and comes over quite nicely. And it takes, of course, that takes practice. And I'm sure, again, as she gets stronger, her technique will improve. Here we go. Again, just sort of overstriding as he approached the board, but he does get off a nice jump.
So we have both cameras. We achieve a 5.21 and improve from the 4.92 in total time.
Right now it's just these two that are jumping, probably taping up. I don't think it's a serious injury, but it probably was enough to draw blood. So immediately he didn't even wait to see what his distance was. He just ran straight into the tent. And it's still being attended to there, so I suppose they're probably going to put a little strap in, probably try to stop the bleeding first and then put a little strapping on it to protect it. But I don't think it's going to prevent him from jumping. Because as they say, while he would use his arms to run up, it's his legs and his technique that he's going to be relying on to execute his jumps. So I don't think a spiked finger is going to deny him that. Now we're looking at the 100-meter events. The young ladies are getting ready for their event. The girls under 15, 100 meter. We have 10 heats. And in this first heat, we expect Kaylee Lewis from Barataria North, Jana Bethel from St. Stephen's, Kimbella Ali from Success Loventil, Reen Ali Peters from North Gate, Azaria Williams from Malabar, Isabella Sweet, so this is the first of 10 heats, and you see the jump still going. That's even better, but he falls, so he gets a red flag. So again, Lewis, Bethel, Ali Peters, Azaria Williams, Isabella Sweet, Aveline Griffith, and Sophia Snaggs. Snaggs from Cohen Hamilton, Griffith from Princestown West, Sweet from Faizabad Anglican, Williams from Malabar, Ali Peters from Northgate, Ali from Success Loventil, Bethel from St. Stephen's, and Lewis from Barataria North. Well, they're at the line, they're just waiting on the officials. It's a nice wind blowing across the ground at the moment. So that helps just cooling the situation. So they're under the starters orders now for the first preliminary heat, first of 10 for girls, 100 meters. Here we go. And the first one, and running brilliantly out here, Sophia Snaggs from Cohen Hamilton is the one making the running early. She's blazing away down and lane 8. They're not even seeing her. And also running well in lanes 1 and 4, Kaylee Lewis and Ryan Ali Peters from Barataria North and Northgate respectively. But it was Sophia Snaggs who dominated there and really put on a good marker for the others here today. She looked from the start right to the end. She was the one who was going the best. So we just saw a pretty fine performance from Sophia Snaggs. Lewis and Ali Peters also shaping up very well there. Now we're getting ready for heat number 2. Felix in 1 from St. James, Saraya Richardson from Faizabad, Michaela Pope from Asja Girls, Barkport, Kiana Cummings from Bishop Anstey, Jada Khan from Northeastern College, Sharaya Rulo from Holy Name, Port of Spain, Carissa Lauda from Barkport West, and Naola Jones from Carpechima East. Is the one to catch. Kiana Cummings is just blazing away, and she is very fast indeed, and stops the clock in a brilliant time there of just about 12.74. But what a performance there. Cummings from so 12.78 for Cummins, Mohammed and Rulo. So we're getting ready for heat number 3. And in heat 3, Michaela Waldron is in lane 1, Akila Chinapu in 2, lanes 3 and 4 are vacant. Then in lane 5, Desting Arnold, Maya Ward, Jardine and Tommy. Here we go quickly now, and running out there in lane 5 is Desting Arnold, but coming bolting away there, it is going to be Tommy, Kanaya Tommy from St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain. And she again showing a good turn of speed, and really, actually, she just stepped into the other lane. I'm not sure if the officials are going to penalize her for that, but we'll see what comes up on the board. Kanaya Tommy, 12. 1300 Arnold. So now we are getting ready for heat number 4. Remember, it's 10 of them, just in this girls under 15 category. In heat 4, we have Brown Taylor from Woodbrook, Tonya Brown Taylor, Naive White from Eldo West, Naive wife, Tana Munsor from El Dorado East, Tiona Nottingham from Tunapuna, Kayla Brown from Bishop East, Brianna Brooks from Sandu East, Anya Virgil from Miracle Ministry, and Makeda Bowen of St. Charles Girls. So lane 3 is vacant. As is lane 6 at the moment. So it's Brown, Taylor, White, Nottingham, Brown, Virgil, and Bowen. Again, they're just waiting on the starter's instructions. Again, the sun is out in all its glory here today. And these sprinters, I'm sure, would want to get on with the business at hand quickly. Kayla Brown of Bishops is in lane 5. She would be among the favorites. Here we go. And they're off, but getting a good start in lane number 2, though, is Nailevi White, as she is pushing here. And White it is who is screaming to the line and is going to get there just ahead of Brown of Bishops. And 14.83. And Antoine and Roach. So St. Stephen's College doing very good work there. But it was Abigail Ramjas who stole the show there with a bold run, 14.83. Messiah Antoine also did very well, 15.34 and 15.92 to Zion Roach. Now we go to heat number 6. With Mahalia Anderson in 1, Anya Sipasad of Karpichama, Anderson from Toko, Sipasad from Karpichama West, Cardine Morris also in the frame there. Kamabach, Bowler, McNeil, and Shade. And away they go, but again, running very, very well and looking to be the one to beat here again. Bishop Anstey Kamabach is the one who is going to get there first, and also running well in lane 3 is Chardine Morris, but Edie Kamabach Samuel really showing a good turn of speed there. But we didn't get out as quickly as she wanted to. So now we're up to heat number 7. This is again girls on the 1,100 meter dash. These are the preliminaries. And 7 of 10 heats. So they're waiting now. Charles from Sawa South, that's Kaylee Charles. Amanda Adams from St. James. Sidel Halls from Separia. Kirsty Kennedy from Holy Faith Penal. Danielle Popwell from St. Joseph's Convent, Port of Spain. And Kaya Dyer from Irie High. So under really a blazing sun here, we've had 2 fantastic days so far. And the weather has really been kind and sometimes been brutal to the athletes, but they've persevered. And they're showing real commitment here as they represent their various schools. And it doesn't matter which club you represent. Once you represent in your school, there's a different feeling about it. So here we go now, heat 7. And again, a little bit slow out of the blocks, but once they putting on a splendid show. With a decent time. See the girls' high jump continuing in the distance. And I'm not sure what the height is right now, but it has come up significantly there now. So you have Gomez in 1. Here they go now, easily on the way. And Gomez on the inside is running well. She's striding. They haven't separated that much, but she's still there, still pushing. She's coming under pressure from La Road and just gets there just ahead of the runner just on her inside. So they would have been locking horns all the way through. And in fact, it could be a 1, 2, 3 in lanes 1, 2, and 3. So Fuller also coming up in time. And Noel in 15:50. Millington in 15:52. So those are the winners. This is the rundown for the next heat already. Heat 9 of 10. And it's a full house. Williams, Rajkumar, Pitt, Cornwall, Blackwell, Redhead, Jagisan, Phillips. And they're off and running. And look at it in lane number 7 there. Shazaya Jagasa, it looks like, who is doing a Holy Name Convent from Port of Spain. And she is not going to be caught. She just sprints away in 71. So the 2 Port of Spain teams doing well in this particular heat. And now we have the final heat in the girls under 15 100-meter event. Heat 10 of 10. Nicole Peters from East Mokrapo in 1. Kalima Sims from Tableland in 2. Ariel Abraham from Northgate in 3. Kalani Weeks from Diego Martin Central in 4. Taisha King of Superior East in 5. Trinessa Samuel from Waterloo in 6. Kaylin Ali from Ivy High in 7th. And Jaylene Archibald from Carpechima East in 8th. But not all of them are there. Goodness, going to be interested. In fact, it's starting off nicely here in the middle of the track, and this is going to be easy for Kalani Weeks of Diego Martin Central. A blistering run from the young lady. And really coming up there quite nicely. And we continue to see the girls' high jump. So quickly we transition to the boys 100-meter event, boys under 15. So 10.92 from Teesdale back in 20. Isabella Solomon, and she's successful with her jump. I'm sure she's happy with that. Yeah. So back here now as we get ready for the in the 15 boys 100-meter event. So we just have, 4 of them on the line, lanes 3, 6, and 8. Or 1, 3, 6, and 8. Out. Elijah Alexander from Success Laventil. Logan Sandy from Fatima. Kaelan Lewis from Cedrus. JC and Best from Malabar, and Odavian Boville from Mayaru. So we get ready now for the boys under 15 100 meter, the first heat, first of 11. And bolting away from them is the young man from Fatima College, Logan Sandy. And not to be caught. Big run from Sandy there, showing his capabilities. Now we get ready for heat number 2 in this boys under 15. So we have Tion King from Barter and North, Terrell Phillips from Vestany, Jordell Johnson from St. Joseph College, Akita Ramsey from St. Stephen's, Rosario George from Faizabad Anglican, Dejon Phillips from St. George's, Kurdell Daniel from Shagona South, and of course Dante Simongal from Northeast College. So here we go, quickly they're off and running here. Nice even break, but still now finally we're getting some separation coming through the middle. George and Ramsey, who is it going to be? And it looks like it would have been George coming up there from Faizabad Anglican. It's funny, which lane? Two runners in that lane coming up there. George 1376. George from Greg and King, or Daniel rather, is George, Greg, and Daniel. So going So Tristan Villafana is there looking as relaxed as possible. So Deshaun Gabriel running in lane 4 from Holy Cross in the white top. The one to the left, the 1:13:18 is Xavion Joseph from Tableland running out of lane 3. And to his left is Ezekiel Lal from Carpichaima East. So again, Lal, Joseph, Gabriel, Romano, Villafana, and Guevara. Here we go. Quickly off and running, and of course it's a big battle in the middle. St. Mary's Jaden Romano is there, but he's under some pressure from Holy Cross Deshaun Gabriel, but Romano is going to take it nicely in the end. And this time she's not able, but Romano 12:59 with Gabriel 12:86, not too far off. And we're looking at the girls. We just saw Isabella Solomon doing her jump. Of course, Jada Clement, Tanique Vincent also involved in this high jump event. On we go to heat number 4 of 11. Grapo, Nathaniel Grant from CUC, Allende Agard from QRC, Lucy Coker from Waterloo, or Lucky Coker from Waterloo, Honorisi Richardson from St. Stephen's, and Quishon Cupid of Barataria South. Here they go, quickly off and running, and on the inside you could see Josiah Caton from East Mokarapo. He just bolted and is not going to be caught here in this one. What a run from this young man, winning easily. And he just took off, and nobody could hang with him. He just cruised. Running nicely on the outside there was Onerisi Richardson, 11:57. His time there, that's not a bad time at all for the young man, showing that he's quite capable in the sprint events, and certainly looks to have good technique and good form at the moment, and it showed there. Richardson also getting ready for another heat 5. And but we also see the girls are lining up for their long jump event, it looks like. So we'll see how they shape up in the end. There they are, some of these young ladies. Sure, trying to make sure that they are in the order. So now we go to heat 5. Aguilera from Brazil, Kaya Castillo also there, but it's going to be the man in lane 3, Aidan Barnwell, or rather Aidan Barnwell it is, yes, who is just clubbering the field, and trying to hang with him there is Caden Purcell of Diego Martin, but Barnwell from Trinity East is in a class by himself there, and and of course Aidan Manswell there. Showing himself, but no denying the brilliance of Barnwell. Really came out flying. So we move quickly on to heat number 6 of 11. A number for that. I don't have a name and a number.
15-16.
Another attempt here. And they're off and running here quickly now. See, again, running nicely out of lane 2 is Jones Benjamin from El Dorado East. And they're not going to catch him at all. Also running well on the inside there was Alistair Joseph of Woodbrook. But look at the man in lane 2 there, Armand Jones Benjamin of El Dorado East. Cruising. 12:10 is his winning time. So we get ready now for heat number 7. We have a full house, and they're off and running again. St. Mary's in the middle of the park there. It's Kai Williams, and they're not going to catch him. But who is going to stray second? Again, close indeed there. And it looks like Juma Boyce ahead of QRC Zion Joseph. 11:71. So we look quickly now at heat number 8. Ezekiel Clark from Sando East, Kamal Atwell from Press Sando, Daniel De Freitas from Vesini, Christopher Curry from Rosewood Trimon, Jaden Reese from Tunapuna, David Huggins from St. Francis Boys, and Aidan Foucault up and running and coming through nicely, but just drifting a little bit. But it's gone out there in lane number 8 there. Caden from Malik, Caden Jeffrey, actually it's Aidan Lafoucault, I should say, from St. James, who did it in some style. Unfortunately, it looks like, is it Jaden Reese, who was drifting all over the place and couldn't hold on. Lafoucault 12:21 and doing it very well. Atwell, Camille Atwell also. Tanique Vincent from sixth form showing her class there. And now we're back here for 9 out of 11, heat 9. So we're getting ready. As you're seeing, the action is hotting up. We have the girls' long jump, we have the girls' high jump, and we have the preliminaries of the 100 meters. So the understarters orders here. And they're going to get them up again. And I would imagine on the hot, steamy track. You don't want to go down and then have to get back up again. It's hot over there. A little bit higher for her. I don't think they were ready. They just double check it to make sure they have the precise height. So the understarters orders here now. And here we go in this one quickly now. But on the inside there, of course, is Orison Niles. He's going the best of the lot, and he's going to cruise home, and also bringing with him Jaden Jackson. So Orison Niles from Trinity East. Walford 12.45. So now we're getting ready for heat 10 of 11. So this is the penultimate heat for the boys U15's 100 meters. So they're getting ready to go in this particular heat. Delaney, Rock, Sedan Singh, Hossain, Skeet, Dasun Stewart. There should be another keen one. Skeet, Hossain among the favorites. And here they go now quickly out of the blocks here, and is it Sedan Singh who is showing his capabilities but running a good race, and just getting up there, Malik Stewart from Mukarapo West, but Rosewood Trimon there showing a good determination there, and coming up with a brilliant rock, Stewart and Noel. So we should be getting ready now for the final heat with the boys U15s. And they're getting them to the line fairly quickly, so they don't have much time to dwell. They don't spend an inordinate amount of time out there trying to overthink what they have to do. So we have a full house for this one. Yeah, 11 of 11. Actually, we have a runner in lane 1. They originally eliminated a lane 1. And we go, and it's, as fate would have it, it's the man running there nicely now, running in lane 6, and is doing a great job. Daryl Madhu from Palo Seco. Just not able to get over the bar there. They've taken it up to a pretty high peg there for Tanique Vincent. So that's the completion of and you look at the runners. Oh, he's running in he's supposed to be in lane 2, but he's drifting into this. So Madhu 1263, Lochman and McKellar. $13.24. We will see the girls now taking center stage, under 17 girls. So again, in terms of what we've seen here today. La Queen Welch of Tunapuna won the under 17 girls 400 meters hurdles, 106.39. And the 17 plus, Delania Rouse of Holy Name, Port of Spain, and Dester Bartholomew, also of Holy Name. 105.89 and 106.34 respectively, and the boys under 17 400 meter hurdles. Isaiah John of El Dorado in 58.97. Anthony Alexander of Success Laventil 106.11. And Ezekiel Jones of Toko 110.32. Also, the boys 17 plus, Omari Brown, we saw him earlier, 55.82 his winning time. And Siba Pereira Khan of Holy Cross, 109.30 in second. And Ezekiel Stanisklaus of Toko, 115.45. Certainly, we'll keep an eye on the points, the ranking so far. Bishop Anstey High School, 126 points. Right now, 65 points. Holy Name Convent in fourth with 53. Tunapuna Sec with 45 in fifth. And Holy Faith Convent Pinal, 44 points in sixth place, followed by St. Joseph's Convent San Fernando, 30. And St. Joseph's Convent Port of Spain, 27. Sixth form in ninth at the moment with 22 points. And Cedra Secondary with 21. That's the girls' standings. And as we get ready for heat number 2 of 3 for the under 17 girls event. We saw the U15 boys and girls a short while ago. Now we're doing the U17 girls. They're preliminaries. So this is the third heat. In lane 3, we have Yusrila Paponet of Holy Name, Port of Spain, Adalia Lord of Sando West, Nisha George of Cedras, and Javira Didi of Bishop East. Officials just trying to sort it out, make sure that everything is okay. And among the boys, the top ranked team right now, Queens Royal College 136 points, followed by Presentation College of San Fernando 103, Holy Cross College with 71, and El Dorado East on 66, a fourth tied with Fatima College also on 66, and in sixth place Trinity College East on 54. Of course, the girls' high jump continues at a pace. We'll switch back and forth to try to keep you abreast. Unfortunately, I can't see the height that they're at the moment, but looks like it's going to be something special at that height. Pamponet, Lord, George, and Didier. And And they go quickly now, and it looks like Lord, Adalia Lord of Fando West. But look at this, screaming on the outside from Bishop's East, Javira Didi. And she's going to take this one quite comfortably. Lord on the inside, doing well. And again, showing her capabilities. Here is the jump, but she just can't get over it. And, but she's the only one jumping there, so it suggests that she's well ahead of everybody else. So she's probably has one more attempt at that height. So again, we have the javelin also warming up. So they should be going pretty soon. The long jump girls also warming up, and but we're on the track right now for the girls, the third and final heat. Well, the third of 13 heats rather for the girls under 17s. So Samaru in 1, Batiste in 2, Jilts in 3, George in 5, Martin in 6, Molyneux in 7, and Dibisette in 8. And it's Dibisette who is sprinting away here now as she gets it into gear and really fires down the track. And is going to win this on a canter. Also running well on the inside is Martin. Tassia Dibisette of Arit Institute. And running on the inside in lane 2, coming up there nicely is Daniel Batiste. 13:06 and 13:96 for Martin. Third and final attempt, and I don't think she was able to get over the bar. So the girls' long jump is also in progress. Very good. And again, running nicely, coming out of lane 2, Amelia Jones, but also running well with her in lane 6, doing well, is Nerisha Thomas of St. Stephen's. So those two, very tight between those two. Jones from Holy Faith Penal. Actually, Thomas is the one who gets it, 13:23 for Thomas. And Jones to the 13:38. So very competitive one. And John Batiste from St. Augustine, 14:01, filling 3rd place. So a fair jump. Once they get the white flag, they will measure. on we go now to heat number 5, 5 of 13 for the girls under 17 preliminaries. So the boys javelins also heat 5. Lanes 1 and 2 are vacant for this one. So running out of lane, Chidunarine, Tony, Walters, Nicholas, Steele, and Alexander. And they're up and running nicely here now, and it's going to be Janae Walters of Sando West. They're gonna have a hard time roping her in. She just bolts away nicely there, and it's going to take it. Adele Tony from CUC will finish in second place. And here is the javelin of but Walters really looked impressive there. She just took off and was never caught.
Right in front of me, Stanley, girls on the 50 lock jump is in progress.
57, naturally.
And the
So the boys' javelin is also
50 plus javelin through is also in right there on the northern side, while the long jump on the 15 is right in front of the main stand. They keep being going up to date with their performances as they return to the track for heat 6 out of 13.
another javelin attempt. So we're back with the girls. Heat 6. And they have a full house here, but again, running out of lane 4, we have some movement there, and that is going to be very interesting to see if they could catch Leah Archibald from Holy Faith, Penal. And Edwards at 1369. So again, remember, it's just the fastest times that will qualify for the final. So you have to run, even if you won your heat, but you don't have a good time, then you're in trouble. Quintero would have finished in third in that one. Now let's go to heat number 7. Yep. The boys' javelin continues. It's the boys 17 plus. Josiah Drayton from Trinity East with the javelin attempt you just saw there. Now let's look at heat 7. should say Joseph of Faizabad. Shire Romaine Bates Memorial will run out of lane 1 in this heat. Orchard Maxwell from St. Charles Girls runs in 3. Sade Watson of St. Stephen's in 4. Alikon Kojo of Ashja Girls Barpo in 5. Deja Barito of Faizabad Anglican in 6. Jana Dumas of Open Bible High School runs out of 7, and Daniel Payne, Miracle Ministry, is in lane 8. So let's look at heat number 7, 7 of 13. That's the under starters orders here. You look in the background, the other starters are lining up there to get anxious to get going. But in the middle of the track, this is a great run here now from Alikun Kojo from Ashja Girls Barkpaw. They're not going to catch her. She's running in her uniform, it looks like, and they still can't catch her. And so she probably made it look like it's just running in the schoolyard. And certainly did the job there for her. So Kojo is the one who stole the show in that one, really just got a start and never slowed down. Now looking at preliminary number 8. 8 of 13 for this event. The girls under 17, 100 meter. So you could just see the runners just practicing their starts there. Trying to make sure they're comfortable in the blocks or getting out of the blocks. Olympic gold for TNT. In 1976 in Montreal, Canada. And I'm sure the great man would be keeping close tabs on what is happening here. Probably, of course, the weekend he would have been front and center with the Crafter trials. A very boisterous crowd was on hand for those events. And of course a lot of interest to see who would dip under the qualifying standards, and from early indications about 42 athletes achieved the qualifying standards for the Crafter Games. I'm sure one or two others might very well put their hands up for selection as well. The girls' long jump. So the starter just checking the equipment, I think. So we should be getting this race underway pretty soon. So the officials now are getting back into position, and we see this athlete just waiting for her turn and for her to get the clearance. Normally they, as we say, rake the sand to make sure it's nice and clean so you can spot where the entry mark is. So we're getting ready for heat 8 of 13. Wilson in 1, Ramsahai in 2, Clunis in 4, Bob in 5, Weston in 6. It's like it was about 3 of them, so I don't know if they're going to disqualify all 3 of them, but we wait to see. And I remember too, a lot of these youngsters, this is like the first time that they're probably in an environment like this. So any command that they hear, all they know is to start. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Once they hear the voice of the starter, they feel is to start running. And we have a disqualifier, yes. So they're not making Jada Clunis, who would have been favored in this race, is out. So here they go quickly, and that's a good start there from Mariah Weston from Northeastern College, but also running well on the inside. Naomi Wilson of East Mukarapo is really just striding away from the rest of the field here and wins on a canter as she wins quite comfortably. Ramsahai would finished in 3rd place, but a good push there from Wilson. Weston also came up nicely, but could not catch the runaway train that was Naomi Wilson out of East Mukarapo. Now we get ready for heat number 9. In heat 8 again, East Mukarapo's Naomi Wilson, the winner. Mariah Weston of Northeastern College would have been 2nd, and Sierra Ramsahai was 3rd. The winning time again, 14.10 seconds for Naomi Wilson. Whether that is quick enough to get her into the finals, the top 8, or the 8 fastest finishers. We will see if they will be able to make. So again, it's the 8th. You see the participants for the javelin also getting their final bit of instructions. So now let's get ready for heat 9 of 13. Jules in 1, Fraser in 2, Harry in 3, Riley in 4, Damini in 5, Alexander 3, Riley in 4, Damini in 5, Alexander in 6. And here they go quickly now, and again striding away nicely there and doing very well. It is, of course, Lakshmi Girls. Solil Riley doing it very well indeed in lane 4. Joanna Fraser of Bishop was early, o'clock, showed good signs, but there was no stopping Riley on that occasion. So convincing work there, and Riley doing very well to win that last heat. Girls under 15 high jump also is warming up. We still see the javelin. As they get themselves ready, no doubt, anxious, some of them, to get to the starting line and then, of course, get to the finish line. And, of course, for those of you interested in the T20 semi-final of the World Cup, T20 semi-final in India, South Africa 169 for 8, and in reply New Zealand 137 for 1 after 11 overs, so they are well placed there. But here we are getting ready for another heat 10 of 13, and here they go now, quickly off and running here, but look at the action here. Kiana Prudhomme from Mokrapo, and but also running very well there is Mei Ling Lee, and she is going to take it from Cohen Hamilton. And not a bad time at all for her. So Mei Ling Lee from just ahead of East Mokrapo's Kiana Prudhomme, who was also shaping well. So actually it was Adele Moore from Belmont who was given that one. So they're trying to get through these heats very quickly. In fact, get the kids out of the heat. Try to get them out of the sun as quickly as possible so they can get back into the shade and maybe rehydrate. This one, Charles in 1, Caliste in 2, Borin in 3, Daniel in 4, Andrews 5, Ratan 6, John 7. And we have a false start. That is never a good sign. Williams in 8. Will they all return? And it looks like we have a problem here for Kiana Daniel of Sawan North. She has been disqualified for starting. And it's such a cruel rule, that one and done rule. Long ago you could have false started and then get a second bite at the cherry, not anymore. So here we go. And they're up, and another false start. Who will it be this time? And I would imagine all the hearts are just fluttering there And the rule is the rule, and I think everybody has to abide by it. It might be cruel at times because you'd want these young ladies to compete and to show their capabilities, but I think she knew right away. Ratan, Jazaria Ratan of Malik, I think you could tell she was noticeably upset with herself, and you could understand why. She must be very disappointed. Now we are off and running this time. Who will get there first? And looks like running there, it is Kalish, Samara Kalish, but she is being moved to a pass quite nicely here. Williams, Shanika Williams and Palaseco and Kara John. Shanika Williams coming up on the outside, almost as if nobody saw her running there. And she just flew past everybody and came up here. Williams 14:08 and John in 14:27. So a nice victory there for Shanicia Williams of Palaseco and Cara John of Woodbrook. Running up splendid quickly now. We get ready for heat number 12, the penultimate heat. 12 of 13. And I'm sure these youngsters are so keen to get, and they just need to relax because I know once they settle in the blocks, everybody want to just blast off and run. You have to listen for the command. You're on your marks, that's the first command. Set and then go, then the gun. But you can't go before you hear that horn. So they wait. All 8 lanes occupied. And here we go now. And they're running. And a little bit of a sluggish start. But moving away now is Zara Thomas of St. Joseph's Convent in Port of Spain. She is well. I was trying to factor in there. But St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain, looks like they're the ones who will take this win.
We'd like to remind the spectators, we are very, very happy to have video man.
Thomas, 1484.
All those who are blowing their beautiful horn, the horn blowers, if you could prevent and avoid blowing the horn at the commencement of the race, please do avoid blowing your horn before the commencement of the race, simply because it affects the starter and the athlete. I'm sure you will not like to happen.
So now we're getting ready for the final heat in this girls under 17 100 meter, the heats. Remember, the 8 fastest times will advance to the finals. And I was just telling you about the cricket scores there, and New Zealand are well on course. 163 for 1 in the 13th over. And they're going at 1-6. Somebody hit a 6. Just as we were talking, the very next ball. So the scores are tied. And they have almost 7 overs to play with. In,
7.2.
they could get it with the next ball. They could get the winning run with the very next ball. And so it really shows you how strange the game of cricket is. And that over is a 4-4, 6 and a 6. So they are really bolting to this title, to this win rather, and they just need one more run.
Penal need 4 runs to make the 100 and he on strike.
So Allen on 96. Ravindra is 13.
I didn't hit that 4.
And so he will get his hundreds. He actually hit a boundary to win the game and to get to 100 there. So Finn Allen showing that he is really, it's 100 of 33 deliveries for him. What a performance. 173 for 1. And South Africa, who came into this game as favorites, one would say probably even in the tournament as favorites, 169 for 8. So they're out at the semi-final stage, unbeaten up to this point, and they are gone. So here we go. Now in the final heat. And quickly off and running now, and there is a faller, unfortunately, but on the inside, Gabriel Castang is running away with it, Milker Ministries, and on the outside is Belgrove, Amarak Belgrove of Northgate, but no doubting who the winner was there, Gabriela Castang. And of course you had a runner who fell down, but she got up and finished the race, and that's what it's all about. In this one, Belgrove in 15, 18, and so congratulations to all of them, and it really doesn't matter there because so as the girls have finished, it's now up to the boys to take center stage, and the under 17 boys, 100 meters, heat number 1. So in lane 1, Elijah Williams, Elijah Derrick from Press Sando. In 4, Jason Knights of Miracle Ministry should be running in 5, but 5 is actually vacant. And there is a runner in lane 1. So we will try to ascertain that for you. I'm trying to pick up the number, but it's not very clear at the moment. Because sometimes there are a number of alternates, and so sometimes they slot them in. So we just wait to see who they have included. We have St. Stephen's College running out of lane 8, Lukai Hendrickson. And he looks like he has a teammate. Who has been occupying lane 1 out there from St. Stephen's. St. Stephen's College, well represented there, and it might be Dante Thomas who might have been slotted in as one of the slotted in there in lane number 1, but we will verify that for you. In the meantime, they're under starters orders here. And they're asking them to get up again, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe they're just having some difficulty with the equipment. We'll wait to see. But in the girls under 17, we have the qualifiers. Chelsea Charles, Bishop Anstey, 12.56. Tassia Dibisset, Arit Institute, 13.05. Neriah Thomas, St. Stephen's, 13.23. J.L. Peters, Tunapuna, 13.27. 13.47. As well as Kiana Prudhomme of East Mokrapo, 13.52. Those are your qualifiers for tomorrow's 100-meter final, girls under 17. So they're back under starters orders here for the first of the boys under 17. Well, is it that well, there would be a false start there, but I've heard the starters say stand up, so I don't know if he false started before.
Yeah, he falls out before.
And
Started off and then
so he just sort of fell forward again. Trinity East, Kevon Edwards. So Kevon Edwards looks like to be the man in trouble here. I don't think he wants to see that little card. And so he might be a goner. You can see the official standing up in front of lane 6. So a false start there for Kevon Edwards, and he would have been fancying his chances here. So not only does he miss out of running this race, he can't qualify for the finals. And that's what today is all about. And again, he's asking them to stand up. So I'm not sure what is the issue, but everybody seemed well set and ready to run. But something is amiss there. So again, just to remind you, it was there for us, yes, in lane 1. There was probably a little twitch in the blocks. So I think they're ready now. And here we go, quickly now, off and running. And who is doing the damage here? This is Ruel Reyes. But on his inside there, Elijah Derrick is the man putting on a show and running away with it. And Ruel Reyes was also in the mix, the man from Woodbrook. But of course, Elijah Derrick from Pres Sando. We'll just wait to see how, because remember, times are crucial now. And it's Derrick, 11:74. The man from, and Ruel Reyes, 11:95. And Thomas 12:58. So after all of this. So now we're getting ready for heat number 2 of 14. So we had 13 in the under 17 girls. Now we have 14 in the under 17 boys. And lanes 3 and 4 vacant. Goodrich in 1, Cadogan in 2, Hanuman in 5, Samuel in 6, Alexis in 7, and Lopez in 8. There we go, quickly a good start. Goodrich on the inside gets a good start, but also running very well there is Samuel. But it's going to be Goodrich easing down. Jaden Goodrich cruising over the line and also coming in like Cadogan. Goodrich, of course, already has Olympic or rather Commonwealth Carifta Games qualification under his belt. 11:65, and he wasn't even pushing. 12:30 was Samuel. And Cadogan 12:31 coming up there in third. And they're running the heat in the heat because of the time of the day. But when you have a goal to achieve and you're trying to make it to the finals, you don't worry too much about anything else. You just want to make sure and get going. I'm not quite sure. They're running in lane 3. Rayon Bowen seems a little perturbed. I don't know what he's put off by. So Terrell Bennett in 2, Rayon Bowen of Cohen Hamilton in 3, and Sean Hart of Fatima in lane 7. I don't know if they're not hearing him or what, but it's like they don't seem to react when the instructions are given. And he gets a caution because the starter was calling them to be on their marks, and he just seemed reluctant to want to even move. So I don't know if he wasn't hearing, which is possible sometimes. But twice he called them to go on their marks, and he just seemed oblivious to what is happening. And here we go again. And I think that is what is happening. His blocks were in the wrong place, so he was kind of put off by it all. So I think now he is probably a little bit better or a little more comfortable heading into the blocks, but he seemed to have the blocks in the wrong place. And he still looks a little bit put off by it. He's not quite sure which. From Terrell Bennett on the inside. 11:79, 12:76 for Bennett, and Bowen 13:16. So that's heat number 3 down there. We're getting ready now for heat number 4 of the boys under 17 100 meter dash. And of course, when you say 100 meters, Trinidad and Tobago has a very rich history in the sprint events. And when you consider our sprint relay team, because of the disqualification of Jamaica with Usain Bolt, Trinidad and Tobago, remember, got moved up to the gold medal in the sprint relay. And so when you consider that, Trinidad and Tobago now would boast 3 gold medals, 3 Olympic gold medals, 1 in the individual sprint, 1 in the javelin, 2012 with Keisha and Walcott, and then of course the Olympic Games relay gold. So lane 5 is vacant in this one. So Baliram in 1, Trudge 2, St. Louis 3, Lazare in 4, Charles in 6, Yan in 7, and Drayton in 8. Here we go, quickly off, and it's that man running out of lane 7 there. Jehal Yan is off to the races and making it look so easy. And really just bolting. 11:76. Yan, 11:79. 12:12 for Drayton. 8:83 for the javelin. Graham rods or spears, as they call. So now we're getting ready for heat 5. And yes, we are talking about top sprinters. We've always had a good sprinkling of fast men and women. Of course, we always talk about Hazley Crawford because of his achievements, but we've over the years we've had some outstanding sprinters, probably not as celebrated as the ones that Jamaica have been able to produce, almost like they have a conveyor belt in Jamaica. But Trinidad and Tobago has always produced sprinters of some renown, even back in the day of McDonald Bailey, and when you consider some of the others that have done well from between the 100 and the 400. Here they go now, quickly they're off and running in this one, and again running smartly up there in lane number 6 is going to win it just ahead of everyone there. That's Aidan Gill with Castro in second, and also running well on the outside, Gill in 12:07, and Thomas in 12:38, and Lawrence in 12:32, putting up a good show there. And Lawrence from Tranquility doing very well. So remember, it's only the top 8, and it's the 8 fastest times. Not necessarily the 8 winners of the respective heats. And of course, the president of the N3As, Mr. Ephraim, two men, local men, to beat Hazley Crawford in a head-to-head matchup. And here we get ready for another heat now, heat 6. And we have Spencer in 1. Then Pierre of Vestany in 2. Camino of Sofall, La Romaine in 4. Or Pierre in 3 rather. Camino in 4. John of Separia in 5. Sinanan of Barrackpore in 6. Nichols from Palo Seco in 7. And James of Miracle Ministry in 8. 1. Jaden Spencer from Trinity East in the yellow vest. To the extreme right of your screen. And there they go quickly now, and just a little hesitation there, but now look at him and put it out there now in the middle of the track, running well there. Joshua John of Separia East is going to win it ahead of Jaden Nelson, or Jaden Spencer rather. 11:78. Joshua John 11.81. 12:18 for Padmore. So a fast time, that of course 11.81. So he has the fastest time so far. He must be fancying his chances. Actually, 11.65. Jaden Goodridge has the fastest time so far. 11.81 is up there, but it's not the fastest time. In 11.79 also from JL Yan is also a good one. And Sean Hart also has an 11.79. So we've had some decent times already. We'll see if they hold up. So now we're on to heat number 7. Lane 3 is the vacant lane. So we have Daniel in 1, Charles in 2, King in 4, Valdez in 5, Gabriel in 6, Anthony in 7, and Riley in 8. And we have a false start in the sadly there for Josiah Anthony of Naparima College. It's almost as if he just wanted to get a jump. He almost timed it to perfection, but he left just a fraction too early. And I think he will have to go. And it's so sad to see, but the rules are the rules, and you abide by the rules. But he certainly jumped. You could tell it was a clear violation. And just in his anxiety to get a fast start, he just jumped the gun. And this is literally when you say he jumped the gun here. Although it's a horn being used, not a real gun. But now we have a start. And the man from QRC is showing good start. Aidan Riley is flying, but on the inside from St. Mary's, Cheyenne Charles is the one who's going to win it. And so it's St. Mary's who wins it. And it might actually be Josiah Anthony from Naparima College who might have gotten up there to take second. We'll see what happens. It's Charles and Riley and Gabriel. So not a bad effort there from Charles. He ran beautifully coming out of the blocks. And was never caught in that one. So Charles 12:30 So he might be sweating on the place. Riley, 12:62. That may not be fast enough to get him into the finals. He needed something a little bit quicker. Even 12:30 is, you're kind of like on the bubble right there, right now, because we already have an 11.95, an 11.74. We have an 11.65. We have an 11.79. In fact, two of them, Jan and Hart. And we also have an 11.81, Joshua John. So we're close to filling up the lanes. Who could join them? Who could break through now with something special? There you look at the instructions for the javelin. Just making sure that they get their last bit of instructions out of the way in terms of the throws. Remember, when you throw, it's a very technical thing. Your placement of your legs, your whole body alignment, the freeing up of the arms so you could bring it through at momentum, and you're doing all of that in a split second, and the follow through so that the javelin or the shot put or whatever it is, the discus, whatever you're throwing, can in fact follow. So now we're getting ready for heat 8. Lanes 3 and 4 are vacant for this one. LaCroix of Brazil in 1, Marchand in 2, McKnight, Boyce, Christopher and Woods. As we go now, and sprinting beautifully there, it is Brian Boyce of St. Joseph's College, but he's coming under real pressure. It's probably not what he wanted, but I mean, you take the win, but I'm sure he wanted a quicker time than that, but he may not. Get his wish granted here. Christopher, 12:55 his time, and McKnight, 12:64. Because you can see the javelin is also taking pride of place here at steamy hot and bright and sunny Hasely Crawford Stadium, named after the sprint legend for Trinidad and Tobago. And immediately we go on to heat number 9. Remember, it's 9 of 14. So lane 3, 6 and 7 are vacant for this one. So Johnson in 1, Joseph in 2, Ransom in 4, John in 5, and Williams out there in lane 8 all by himself. And immediately they are off and running, and it's going to be Isaiah John from El Dorado East, but he's being tracked, and it's going to be a foot race to the line. Who would it be there? Did Ransom get up in time? Well, did Ransom actually get there and pip Isaiah John on the line? Actually, John got it 11:39, 11:89 rather. And 11:96. So those are two fast times. And I tell you, the guys who are 12 plus there on the bubble there right now and may not get into the top 8. In fact, you might also go under 11 and not make it. The amount of guys running 11 plus now, sub 12, and just a rough estimate, I think we have like about 8 guys now who are under, who have run 11 plus. You look back in the Sean Hart, 11:79, the same as Gerald Yan in heat 4. So 11:81 just now, just John, And now we have an 11:89 and 11:96 from the same heat. So things are really waxing warm here. 12 seconds not going to get you in. You literally have to be under 12 seconds. And 11:9 might also be a bit of a stretch here. You'll need a push in with that. Into heat 10 of 14. Jostling in 1, Lafleur in 3, Coca in 4, Lewis in 5, Sozano in 6, and Sahadio in 7, while Khan is out there in lane 8. And quickly they are off and running, and look at this start here as it's all over Leonson Lewis. And he just obliterated the field, and a man from Karapichaima West. And here's another sub 12, 11:17. That's the fastest time. 11:19. Jocelyn 12:34 finishes second. So that's the fastest time. What a time that is. Really splendid indeed. So here we have another man dipping under 12 seconds, 11:19. And certainly, and Coca would finish in third place there. But well, that's what I'm saying. 11:9 mightn't be good enough. You have to be in the 11:7 range to possibly make it in. Such is the quality of this sprinting here. So now we're getting ready for another heat 11. So we have a full house for this North, trying his best there. Getting the mechanics just a little bit off, and you can tell the javelin tells you at the end it doesn't like land, it stick in the ground, it tends to hit and slide. That's because it didn't really get the velocity and the angles right. Here we go. All 8 going there, and quickly now in lane 3 is Kimali Mo running away with this one from Mukarapo West, and he is not going to be caught. Coming in there also is Nickel Gill from St. George's, but let's see the time, 11:72, and that may not even be good enough. And they rounded off to 11:78 for Mo, but we'll see. 12:15 to Pereira and Marshall. Really a fast time again, but I'm not even sure if 11:78 is actually going to make it. If it does, it might just be in one of the outside lanes. Ferreira also came through there nicely to occupy second place. So now we're back to the start line for heat number 12, 12 of 14. And thanks to some of the runners who are providing us with all the pertinent information from with the official results and the standings as we were able to bring you. And we've already had the under 17 100-meter qualifiers, and all 8 lanes have been occupied with some decent times. 13:52 was the cutoff. So here we are now for this one. And it's a quick start. One man left in the blocks, but certainly it's going to be there. Jonathan Otley from Fatima was trying his luck, but it's the man on the inside running comfortably there in lane 3. So a brilliant time again by him, and it's just getting more and more clear. Hospitalis and company, just not that, those times are not going to fly to get to the finals in this one. It's tough. 12:44 for Utley. Not good enough. That 11:62 is looming large there. Is it fast enough? When we do the count back for times, it could be very tight. Some people are going to be very disappointed. And they would have won their races and won it convincingly. So now we get ready for heat 13 of 14. So Savian Goring from Success Love until 11:62 put in his hat in the ring. Does he earn a lane? We have to wait and see. Matthews in 1, Franco in 2, Williams in 3, Leonard in 4, Scott in 5, Williams in 6. That's Dante Williams from Faizabad. The other one was Nico Williams from St. Benedict's. And Nicholas Jeffrey from Couva West. Quickly off and running and doing well there is Nico Williams from St. Benedict's College, but he's being run down by Kyle Matthews there on the inside. Is it Matthews? Yes, it is. Matthews from Holy Cross. And Nico Williams was right there. The man from St. Benedict's, 11:77 and 11:88. Well, well. That 11:88 mightn't be good enough. Even 11:77 is borderline certain, so to speak. Another javelin event, another throw. So certainly a lot of interest now as we get to the business end of this one. Heat 14 of 14. The final heat of the boys under 17 100 meter. Not that the fastest 8 winners is the fastest time. So you got to finish second in a fast race and qualify. So that is the situation here. So it's very, very interesting, and it really is a testament to the quality of some of the sprinters that we're seeing here. It's winning your race is not enough. So I think we're just having a little delay because of the blocks. One of the Jeremy Prince from Diego Martin North is having to do some adjustment, and also, as you could see there, the javelin is up and flying around the place. Joshua Roberts. Here we go, quickly off now, and on the outside, it's a big boat there from Nuval Watson, but he's under some pressure, but is he getting a second win? QRC is closing, and on the inside, it looked like Javon Lynch might have just gotten up there to win it. We'll see if he did, or was it Watson? And closing in on the inside as well, Jeremy Prince was also fighting. And 11:98, that mightn't be fast enough to secure a lane in tomorrow's final of the 100. Watson wins it. Vidal in 12:07. And of course Lynch 12:12. So let's look at it again. Just easing up there. 7. He ended up the race in lane 7. Yep. He actually started in lane 8, ran in lane 7, and probably finished in lane 6 because he was still cutting across when he got there. So now we have the girls 17 plus 100 meters will also be taking center stage. The javelin meanwhile continues. The 800 meters will come up after these, and then of course we'll have the 400 meter finals later on. So heat 1 of the 17 plus girls. And here again we have one of 12 heats. Tahila Lewis from St. Augustine, Jordan Fitzpatrick, St. Joseph of Faizabad Anglican. As they get under starters orders here now. So Melville, Lewis, Fitzpatrick, Lewis, Fitzpatrick, Charles, Theodore, Allen, Rivers, and Landor. And there is a false start, unfortunately there. Running in lane 5, Naomi Theodore just seemed to fall out of the blocks. And again, it might just be unfamiliarity with the blocks, with the starting blocks, because you can just see some of the runners they just don't seem comfortable in the blocks. And they might have just started practicing with blocks, and so they're not 100% sure of how much force they can put on it. Because as you step on it, it almost jolts you forward if you press on it too hard. And you could see she just seemed to, I don't know if she was in that position, that set position for too long. And she just couldn't hold it any longer. so she would be disappointed. Well, actually, she's still in the race. Because they wouldn't put them back on the marks if they were going to disqualify him. So she's getting a blind. Now, does she take advantage? Yes, she can. As she sprints through there and is bursting going forward there. Naomi Theodore, they're not going to catch her. And she's going to take it quite nicely. Also running fast out there was Tahilia Lewis. But again, Theodore 12:05. Lewis 12:34. And Rivers 12:78. But it really would have been cruel for Naomi Theodore to. So we're getting ready now for heat number 2. Remember, we have 12 heats in this one. And a lot of these schools are producing some good quality sprinters. I'm sure that, and that's a good thing for Trinidad and Tobago. So Makeda Daniel of Superior East, Joel Gaitan of Sawo South, Saraya Eptage of Sando East, Malika Quintel of Kettle of Sixth Form Government, Andreen Sylvester of Bishops East, and Kaylee Thomas of St. James. As they wait on the starter's instructions, a little bit of breeze blowing in the background. You can see whenever they put up the flag, there's a fair amount of wind. There's a man from Sawo North trying his luck again. His technique is a little bit off, and so as a result, he hasn't been able to really throw the spear as far as this one is much better. This time around, he's been having a really rough day. You could see how happy he is with that one because it's been a while in coming, and I'm sure he would have been primed for that. And he uncorked a beauty there, and no doubt happy with that. Of course, Tyrese Patrick of Sawo North. So back on the track now. And here they go quickly now, and we'll look at the speed. Kaylee Thomas of St. James, she is flying on the outside. Coming up on the inside too is Joel Gaitan trying to get there. But what a performance indeed. But she just shot out the gun, out of like a shot from a gun, and then just kept going. So back to the heats. Heat number 3 now, 3 of 12. We see the athletes trying to ensure that their blocks are set to the right dimension. So lanes 1 and 2 are vacant in this one. So we have Nicola Hamilton from Cedros, Solange Maureen from El Dorado East, Melody Achong Lu from St. Francois, Deja Absalom from St. Joseph's Convent, Port Spain, or St. Joseph's Convent, San Fernando, I should say, Zariah Kennedy from Bishop East, Kelsey Granham from Bishop East, Ocean Sampson, Carpichima East, Zemina Mohan from Toko, Shania Worrell from East Mokrapu, and Garabola out of Cedros. Yeah, QRC again lining up for, and he didn't really take much of a run up. He just kind of walked out there and just fired away. Didn't really take any kind of aim, and he just decided, look, gonna let it go, and he let it go. Now, in this one, quickly again, this is a good sprint there. Aviana Ferreira is speeding away, and they're not going to catch her today, and she just blew the field away, running sweetly there, and making it look oh so easy. But a time, probably not the fast time that she was looking for. Cook 14:07, Nesbitt. Well, actually, it's Edwards who finished second in 15:61. Hazley Crawford Stadium, the bright and sunny Hazley Crawford Stadium. As you can see, the breeze in the background because of that flag in the official's hand is really rippling. So again, you really have to tip your hats to these athletes. These are not the easiest of conditions to run in. When you wear spikes, it's not the most comfortable thing to walk about in, because a lot of times they don't have spikes on the heels, they just have half of the sole. So your foot, you're already at a different angle. So you're kind of walking on your heels to a large extent. So again, we have another slight delay here. We see the pole vault is also being warming up for the pole vault. The javelin is in effect, and we're still having jumps in front of us here. So it's a little bit unfortunate for these young ladies, but they're being made to wait here. So we have Bob in 2, Philip Span, Mills, Dyer, and Granderson. And quickly off, spreading out there, Chelsea Dyer from Sangre Grande is moving, but on the inside, coming up there nicely now is Carly Phillip. And she just smoked them there with a brilliant run on the inside. 12:59, probably not the fastest time or the time that she would have been looking for. Sure, she wanted something a little bit lower than that. So again, the time's not the fastest. $12.60 for Phillips, as they rounded it down there. So now on to heat 5, 5 of 12. And in this one, lane 7 and 8 are empty, but we do have a runner in lane 1 that was unaccounted for earlier, but so again, just a slight little hiccup there for them. They've been going at a good pace and getting through some of these races fairly quickly. So as the runners just wait there, I'm sure would love to get everything on. And I think that because there was the one runner was added, I'm not sure if they juggle the positions or if they're still in their original lanes and they just added a name to the far side. It looks like Kanisha Kamabach is the one running out there in lane 1. I'm not sure how she ended up in this lane, in this heat rather. So will they be able to make whatever adjustments they have to make here? And but it looks like it's as if Kanisha Kamabach has been switched over.
So once again, all the athletes who have been called earlier on for winning events that was yesterday, inclusive of the relays, the schools who are asked to report to the one.
So as they check and double check with the names to make sure the lane assignments are correct.
Either the athlete or the referee They will send out to recognize the cyclists on board.
So they're just going through every name there to make sure that all the names correspond. Whoa. Oh, I think they mixed up that's why, because they have quite a number of runners who were slated in other heats. So I think that has just thrown everything off there. So seeing Alicia James, it looks like, is running in lane 3 and running out there in lane number 1 it is Kamabach. 10:47 is Demali McCletchy. She is running in lane 4. In lane 2, it looks like it's the number is just not sitting properly on her vest, but she looks like she is from Bishops. And so this is going to be a very interesting battle here, and there she goes out of Bishops, and that might very well be Catrice Cook, and blowing away the field in impressive fashion here. But again, the time is not the fastest. But they really jumbled up that particular fact. So I'm not sure what is the status of some of the other heats now, because they certainly put a number of runners together there from various heats. In fact, there were runners from 4 different heats in that one race. Heats 5, 6, 7, and 8 were all there. So McCletchy, and so those were the ones that put there, and it would be interesting to see who actually won this race and what time they gave. Stroud, 13:06. And Stroud was originally placed in Heat 7. So it really was a real jambalaya there, as they say. And I think they're going to have to do a similar thing now to see which heat is which heat here now, because you just don't know who are the actual runners. If I could only get to see the jerseys a little bit clearer, I'd be able to identify them for you. Lane 1 is not very legible. You could barely make it out. It looks like Trisha Matilda is Maitland is up there as well, and running also would be Bishop and Steve, and this one is going to go quickly again. Bishop's taking no prisoners here now and just powering away. Is it Deirdre Daniel from Bishop's comfortably? But again, the times we looking at is to see who will do what. And the runners could see the heat is taking its toll on them. And no doubt, yes, it is Deirdre Daniel. And she is immediately getting something to drink there as quickly as possible. So it's really a different scenario now, because I think they're short of bodies. This might be the last heat. So we'll see what are the numbers, and they're the long jump also in effect here. So we'll be keen to see what numbers. So again, it's heat 11 combined here. So this could be the last heat of all. And they're off and running here quickly, and running down the middle, and they're doing very well there. St. Francois, Haley Lynch, and again, Sour South, and 13:01. So we really do apologize, but the names are just so squealy. 13:03. Quilly from Sour North. 13:03 her time, and so it really was. And so we do have another. So they're doing combinations here now. So that would have been 10, and if I'm not mistaken, that might have been 10 and 11, or 9 and 10 combined. And now we have 11 and 12 combined here. So again, to try to identify some of these runners for you. Caps. Carpichama East, Carpichama West, Michaelia Ward, and Jazara Jackson. So we're coming to the end of this 17 plus 100 meter heats. The men, or the boys, the 17 boys, 17 plus boys will be coming up next. So we have all 8 in this one.
5 is lane 7. 820 is lane 6. 927 lane 5. 17 lane 4.
So 927, we have lane 17 is in lane number 4. Number 5 is 827 or 927. Zeta Charles, 820 is lane 6.
9 is lane 8. 748. 7.
In lane 7, yep. 826
820.
is in lane 6, yep.
And 927 5.
Mm-hmm.
17 4.
And lane
221 is 2. 271, sorry, is 2. And 508 is 1. I can't make out 3.
So we're going with 508 is in lane 1.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a very interesting battle here to see. And of course, lane 3 is the Carapi Chimer. And here we go quickly now and racing away. And this is going to be all over about the shouting here, coming to the line quickly. And she's going to win it and win it in style. Zeta Charles from Sando East. And there is a collision right after they cross the line. So certainly no disputing who the winner is. Zeta Charles of Sando East. 11.99 for Zeta Charles. So Zeta Charles putting on a show there, and from the gun to tape, she was in front and was never going to be caught. So now the boys 17 plus, and you could see what they've done there. They combine runners from the different heats because of the numbers, I suppose, and that allowed them to get through those heats rather quickly. And now we getting ready now for the boys equivalent, the 17 plus boys, 100 meter. Remember this, the 8 fastest times, whether you finish first, second, or even third. Could get you through to the finals tomorrow. And that is going to be what most of the fans are going to be looking for, to see the sprint finals. Once again, we send our congratulations all those New Zealand cricket fans. You're through to the finals. Another final, you'll have to say. they haven't won them all, but they've been thereabouts a lot of time. They actually beat England in one final. They lost to England in one final. But they won. Who did they beat? Was it South Africa? They beat they beat India in the test finals, and so they've been thereabouts a lot, especially in limited overs. They just know how to compete. 3. So we have Akira Brown in lane number 7, and outside of him is Josiah Trudge of Tranquility. Tristan Clausel from Holy Cross is in 5. and Kyle Gaspard from Trinity East. Off they go. And after a fast start, but look at the man, Trinity East running very well. Kyle Gaspard is doing his bit here, but is Gaspard, can he hold it? Just gets there. Also on the inside, Tristan Clausel of Holy Cross was there, but Josiah Trudge from Tranquility was bringing late pressure, so Gaspard wins it in 11:54. Trudge in 11:70. And Clausel, is it? Or Brown, who is 11:70. Same time. So again, we see the times going up quickly. That's a fairly fast time. 11:54. And a dead heat for second. 11:70. Same time for Akira Brown and Josiah Trudge. So now we're looking at heat number 2 here. So St. Benedict's College, Zacchaeus Charles, Emmanuel Alexis from Carpichima West is in 3. Here we go, and they're off and racing, and again it's that man from St. Benedict's College, Charles, and he is really turning it on here in some style with Cristiano Lares of Malik also in the frame. 11:54 to Charles Senon in 12:39. So a good run from this young man, showing good speed. And now we head up to heat number 3. Remember, this is day 2 of 3 for the Massey Secondary Schools Track and Field Championships 2026, the Trinidad edition. Tobago already had their show, and what a show it was. So we have Levi Duke of Carpichima West, Kai Abraham of El Dorado, Maurice Mansing of Holy Cross, and Micah Bain. Here they go, quickly now, and brilliant work. Bain it is who is running, but in the middle of the track, here's Mansing coming here, but Bain is holding him off, and it's tight, very tight indeed, and at a fast time, 11:06. Let's see who gets the nod there. And it's Bain, 11:64. Mansing, 11:72. And Duke, 12:17. So again, all 11 and 11:70 and 11:72. We have 2:11:54. We have an 11:64. So already they're starting to rack up some fast times. Let's go to heat number 4 now, 4:14. So you have some ways to go. So in this one, we have lanes 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Patterson in 2, McQueen in 5, Weston in 6, Nanton in 7, and Henry in 8. Here we go now. And this is going to be interesting here because racing inside, that's Jeremiah Nanton, Eldorado East. And coming out on his side too, McQueen is also there, but it's going to be Nanton ahead of McQueen. And Nanton showing Jeremiah Nanton of Eldorado East showing good composure. And look at his time, 11:19. So 11:23 they rounded it off to now. 11:33 to McQueen. And Weston is 11:51. So again, 10:26 is the record time. So they still have some ways to go to get down to that time. And that time was formed and was set in 2005, so sometime now, 21 years ago. So now we're getting ready for the 4th, or the 50th, right? 5th of 14. So we have Lewis Peer, Obadiah Lewis Peer in 4, Angelo George in 5, of course, Lewis Peer from El Dorado, Angelo George from St. Joseph College, Corey Lewis from Diego Martin North in 6, Emilio Mendez from 6th Form Government in 7, and Isaiah Filbert from Pres Sando in 8. So here we go. Obadiah Lewis Peer, Eldorado East, and of course Isaiah Filbert from Pres Sando. We'll be hoping to have an impression here, but look at the Tiger, the Bolton. It's Obadiah Lewis Peer turning on the jets here now, and he rushes home in impressive fashion. And another good time, 11:34, probably rounded off to 11:39. Lewis, 11:76. And of course, Eldorado East, Obadiah Lewis Peer showing how strong a sprinter he is, and clocking a pretty decent time as well. The man from Isaiah Filbert from Pres Sando could only watch on. Couldn't catch up with the front two. So that's 5 down. We're getting ready for heat number 6 now. 6 of 14. Remember, we still have some 800s to come. Later on, and because of the number of schools entered and taking part in these games is the reason why we have so many heats to eliminate. So many runners to try to get to a final 8. There we go, quickly now as heat number 6 is started, and away we go. And this is Kanye Alexander, St. Joseph's College, but coming up on the inside, just trying to get there from Silval. Trey Fleary might have just pipped him at the line, and we wait to see if he got up there. And Alexander from St. Joseph's College is the one who got it, 12:01. And that mightn't be enough. Daniel and Williams, 12:07. And 12:21 for Williams. But again, those 12 plus mightn't be. And of course, if you were following the football action yesterday, a big result. Well, not a good result for Barcelona, because they would be, is it the Spanish Cup was one of the trophies that they were in line for, trying to get to the final, and Atletico Madrid held them off in the second leg despite Barcelona winning the second leg. They were at 4-3. So here we go now in this one. So they're just trying to make sure that everybody is comfortable. It seemed a little bit rushed at the line there. So in lane 2 we have Jordan Gomez from Trinity Mocha, Jeremy Nelson from CUC. That's in lane 3. In lane 5 we have Dominic Fornillier from East Mukarapo, Nathan Mendoza in lane 6 from Pres Sando, and Tyrese Madeira from Vesini in lane 8. So lane 5 and 6, Fornillier and Mendoza. But don't forget Nelson and Gomez on the inside. Sometimes they could run unseen, almost as if they're running by stealth. We celebrate Crawford, and that's exactly what he did. So here we go now, but this is not going to be that day because Mendoza is the one who's leading, but coming on the inside there is Jordan Gomez from Trinity, but it's that man Mendoza who just cut out the blocks very quickly, and the man from Pres Sando has himself a victory, 11:56. Gomez will be second. In 12:29, Nelson was. So Gomez and Nelson. So it's 11:56.
Exactly 2 p.m. on the dot now. Beautiful, little, fantastic game.
So we're at the halfway point now. We're getting ready for the last 7 heats in this boys 17 plus 100 meter. The century is normally the big event, the blue ribbon event, but there was a time when Trinidad and Tobago produced so many outstanding quarter milers that the 400 became the must-see event at most games, national championships or junior, senior championships, or even of any of the local meets like Palaseco Games and even Southern Games when they were still operating, and Ian Morris and company and Wayne Daniel and Alvin Daniel, I should say, always had battles going on. So it was always one of those things to see. In this one now, Matthews, Toussaint, Lazama, Jones, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 is George, and 7, or rather 8 is Skeet. Heat 8 of 14. And they're off to a fast start. And again, good start on the inside is Toussaint, but Lazama is right there with him. And Toussaint trying his best here to hold off Jones. And I think he did. And let's see what he did there. Jamaria Toussaint serve all La Romaine. 11.65 and 11.71 to Jones. So 11.65, which is another fast time to be a sub 12. On to heat number 9. Under the scorching sun here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. It's just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun is right up. As you see, I'll be getting ready now for heat number 9. And they're off and running nicely. In lane 2 is Malik Douglas, but also on the outside here, here's Xavier, Joan Xavier, but Xavier will have to finish a second. It's that man, Malik Douglas from Faizabad Anglican, who has done it again. And Joan Xavier, St. Francis boys, trying there, but on the inside, no doubt, is Malik Douglas, who looked like he is the one that would celebrate a victory here. And Malik's time is, could be interesting to see what those times are like. And now we're getting ready quickly for heat 10. As they're running through the numbers here very quickly, but this is where things become a little bit sketchy, whether they're going to have all 14 heats or if they're going to start combining heats down the stretch. We have to wait to see. Here we go again now. It is Rampasad in 2, Vanderpool in 4, Lewis in 6, Benjamin in 7, and Antoine in 8. The heat number 10. Benjamin of Caprichima East gets it into gear and cruises home. Cordell Lewis of Diego Martin North was also trying to get up there. But there was no stopping this man, Aidan Benjamin of Caprichima. 11.19 is it for Benjamin? Yep, and Lewis 11.60. So a fine run here again, and the times, that's a good time. 11.19 is a solid time. And that has finals written all over it. We wait to see, but certainly we're getting some solid sprints. You could just see the difference in the better prepared athletes. They just look smoother in their running, and they're getting the results as well as it should be. Because if you're an athlete training and doing all the hard work and you want to come on a meet like this, you feel that you have to stamp your authority and show them who is boss.
Looking at that time again, 10.26. All along.
So we have a full house for this one, as we have Jones in 1, Sipasad in 2, Frederick in 3, Yatali in 4, Brown in 5, Rudder 6, Franklin 7, and Cowan 8. Here we go, quickly off and running now, and doing very well there. Kyle Rudder from Sando West, but on the inside and showing smooth move there. Alex Sipasad doing it in some style as well, and cruising. The man from St. Augustine, Green Machine, and he looked like a machine as he was speeding down there. 11. Actually, Nathaniel Franklin is the one that was credited with the victory, 11:67. And Rudder will pick up third place. So now let's go to heat 12.
The best conclusion of the heat number 11, heat number 12, on the line.
So we see Mitchell in 3, Michael Mitchell from Sour North, Kieran Thornhill in 4 from Cowan Hamilton, Malik Prudent in 5 from St. Augustine, Jonathan Bartholomew from St. George's in 6, Yusuf Kelly from Northgate in 7, and Sequoia Neptune from Tranquil in 8. And they're off and running, and it's in the middle of the pack there. Jonathan Bartholomew is the one pushing on, but on the inside, winning it in style, Michael Mitchell from Sour North. Actually, it's Xavier Phillips, who was doing very well in there, and it's Phillips, in fact, 11:19, who won it, and won it with some distance as well. So Phillips, Mitchell, and Bartholomew, 11:19, 11:50. So this was a very fast heat, because Michael Mitchell also came up there and finished second place, and his time was 11:50. So that's a very good time indeed. And in fact, he might be one of those qualifiers who makes it through to the final and didn't win his heat. So, because 11:50 is a solid time. And we just have, four runners in this one. And the other heat also has 4. So we certainly looking at the numbers there, and some of those numbers are matching. We just see how we go with this one. And here they go quickly now up to the line and just bolting away. And that's Keston Cape from St. George's, is it? Just cruising. No problems at all. And it's all about getting to the final and getting through there. 11:92 to Cape. Is that fast enough? I told you the second place runner has an 11:50. So things getting interesting here now. And now we're getting to the final heat in the men's 17 plus 100 meter. Just the four runners. So we see how they line up here. So Kamali Wilson from Karapichaima East, St. Benedict's College. Here we go. Can they take center stage? But no, it's that man in the middle there, Kamani Wilson from Guyton from Hillview College. He just sort of pulls up, and eventually it is Trinity East, Isaiah Mahabia, who made it through. And, well, St. Benedict's College, Isaiah Francis. But Mahabia 11:35 and Francis 11:54. And that's another very fast heat that could have ramifications as to who makes it through. And I'll look at it here. Again, he was running and looked to be in good position here, but then just about 50 meters out, he just took it away. And so Mahabir and 11:64 to Wilson. So, well, this one could be very, very interesting in terms of who makes it through to the final. So I think they were going to do some presentations, so we wait to see if they're able to do their presentations at this time. So we have the girls triple jump, the girls under 800 meters, and that will be coming up in a short shot. In the meantime, the javelin is continuing. So the javelin is continuing. $53 points. Toko secondary, 65 points. Bishop Anstey East, 73 points, and Bishop Anstey High School 126 points. Bishop Anstey in Port of Spain.
The record for Bishop Anstey High School, they are in the lead with 126 points after, remember, 17 events. Similarly now for the boys,
So again, these are your qualifiers for the 100 meter dash, the 17 plus boys. We just saw Xavier Phillip from St. Mary's 11:19. Aidan Benjamin from Carpichima East also 11:19. Jeremiah Nanton from El Dorado East 11:23. Malik McQueen Open Bible 11:33. Isaiah Mahabia from Trinity East 11:35. Obadiah Lewis Pierre El Dorado East 11:39. So again, just to continue here, Obadiah Lewis Pierre, well, Isaiah Mahabia from Trinity East 11:35, he made it through. Obadiah Lewis Pierre, El Dorado East 11:39, he's found a lane. Michael Mitchell, the man from Sour North, 11:50, and Jakeem Weston, Cohen Hamilton, 11:51. That's where the cutoff is. And so we were looking at the times, and I was saying 12 certainly not going to get, 11:72 wasn't going to get you in, and so it turned out the cutoff was actually 11:51. So some pretty decent times, and very interesting to see how they go out there. So we're going to have a short little intermission, and we'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes or so to continue on here, because remember we have the 800s to come. The javelin is going on, and we'll certainly bring you as much of the highlights as we possibly can from a live, brought to you of course by Massey, who are the main sponsors for this year's event. As we welcome you back here to the Hazley Crawford Stadium, we're getting ready for the start of a series of 800-meter runs, starting, of course, with the girls under 15 800 meters, and it should be an interesting one. So we have in lane 1 Brittany Morgan, of Diego Martin North, De Villa Lewis, St. Francois, Malia Thomas of Bartaria South, Aliyah Griffith, Bishop Anstey, Brianna Rogers of Waterloo, Anila Dublin of Astra Girls, and that's in lane 6. The 8 runners who are on the track are in fact supposed to be there or differentiate between, because the original listing had 10 names. So again, you're seeing just the 6 runners from lanes 1 through 6. So here we go, 2 laps around the savannah, around this stadium track, I should say, as these runners get ready for a punishing run. It's a nice, grueling, hot conditions, so it will take something out of them, I would imagine. So here they go to start the girls on the 15 800-meter event. Oh, 2:28.24. LaQueen Welch out of Tunapuna second aid. I was set back in 28.24, and of course they will start to feel the burn in this race. This is a grueling race. Even at the top level, you see the runners when they push, because they try to run it as a sprint event, and it really takes an awful lot out of you. So we're starting to see so Brittany Morgan is there, Aliyah Griffith, Bishop Anstey, and Diego Martin North, Brittany Morgan. So those are the front 2. So they will get bell, and there they are going now up the back straightaway. Can Morgan make a surge here? She's in a good striking position. She isn't panicked at the moment. The question is, does she have the legs? And also, can Griffith hold her off? She's closing ever so slightly. She's right there, I would imagine. Under 200 meters, she may maybe think about passing at that stage, or she might wait until the very last bend and then maybe try and kick for home. But can Griffith rather, keep pushing and maybe open up a bit of a gap, which it looks like she's doing now. She seems to be stronger coming into the home straight away, and now she's beginning to turn on the jets here. So she is coming. She takes a look to see Aaliyah Griffith of Bishop Anstey is going to win this one. She's well on her way now. Just about 20 meters or so to go as she heads for home to win the first leg of this final, the girls under 15 800 meters. So 2:44, and in third place so again St. Francois College de Villa, and it's a Griffith 2:44.22. Ali 2:46.36. So that's the first leg completed here as the last runner crosses the line, and only just crosses the line there now. It is a bit of a grind, especially for the younger athletes, as we've just seen there. But a fine run all the same for Aaliyah Griffith of Bishop Anstey. So we have the second half of this final. Times, of course, will be critical. So the time to beat is 2:44.22. So we have Abigail Ramjas from Vesini, Celeste Smith from Barrackpore West, Willette Clark from Bishop Anstey, Genesis Jones from Waterloo, Zariah Rupchan from St. Francois, Zara Wellington from Holy Name, Port of Spain, and Azara Govaya from Bishop East. Second half, section 2 of this 15 and under 15 800 meter event. Bishops East, Azara Govaya. So of course they run to the cones, and once they pass the cones, then they can come into lane 1, or the inside lane, and now it's a big push to see who can separate themselves. Azaragovaya is right there in second position. Willett Clark is also there. Abigail Ramjas is also in the mix. But now it looks like Willett Clark has taken over second place. So here she comes, Adrian Upton, as she comes to the line, and her time 2:42, 2:42, and Garcia Clark. 2:49.75. And the Govaya 2:52.40. So those are the top three, and again Garcia with a good time. When you consider 2:42.92 and 2:44.22 was Aliyah Griffith's time, so based on those times, Garcia would be the leader. Clark would also be ahead as well. Actually, Clark would be 2:49, so she would be behind the 2:44 by Aliyah Griffith from the first race, and 2:46 by Brittany Morgan. So those would be a top three, would be Garcia, Griffith, and Morgan. So those would be the top three. From the girls under 15 800-meter event. We expect the boys under 15s to come next. So we also have the girls triple jump that is taking place, but with the boys under 15 800 is getting set. Again, they have 2 seconds. So pretty soon they should be sending them on their way. Benito Christopher, Aaron Joseph, Michael Nicholas. So the runners are getting ready.
Of 400 tons is the lane 4, O3 Ambrose of Trinidad East. There is in lane 5 and Sarah Hernandez of Bates Memorial in lane 6. Again, we appreciate fantastic work of 360 TV.
So again, we just the numbers just don't correspond. So we'll try to bring you through as best as we possibly can in this one.
And as we start off, we get Catalan, the very final event on today for them. 7 events in the heptathlon. In the octathlon, there are 8 events. Pentathlon, there are 5. Triathlon, 3. Decathlon, 10. One discipline event.
So this is the octathlon event. This is their final event today. Of course, 8 events for them. So this is their final event.
Take the lead in the race of Bates Memorial in the boys 17, 15 plus 800 meters. Open Medicine Fair on opening up those opportunities and Mark Weston of Owen Hamilton. There were actually 8 of them take them now. And
Continues to lead.
well, we have that challenge in there.
Hernandez is coming closing on Hernandez now. Hernandez is coming closing on Hernandez now, but he really doesn't have the legs anymore, or does he? Is he playing coy? It's going to be a push to the line, and Hernandez trying to hold him off. Can he get there? Can he get there? No, he cannot.
Over the line here now. Good competition there by Cyril and Mark. Let's give it a ball for Hosky Ambrose. Come to the lead.
So Weston and Patterson.
Well done to go on all 3 athletes.
So Hernandez in 2:17, 83, and of course Weston in 2:18.14. And of course Ambrose in 2:42.75. So that was the 800 meters for the octathlon event. Now for the heptathlon event, I should say, and the boys under 15 800, they will now take place. At a full house. In fact, we may have to put an additional runner in one of the lanes. Because right now there are 8 of them on the track and there's a 9th runner. So there are 2 of them lining up in lane 6. So there are 9 of them going in this one. And again, they run for the first 100 meters or so. and then they're allowed to cut in. So they run in their lanes for the first 100 meters or so, and then they're able to come inside into the inner lane, and then basically slug it out from there. I think they're getting the final bit of instructions as to how to run this race, and it's so important that the organizers, the officials, give them that final bit of instruction. So that is the start. The boys on the 15,800, 9 of them on the track. And again, for the first part of the race, until they get by that white flag, then they can cut inside and come down into the inner lane. You don't need to stay in their lanes now. They can come down and to make life as easy as possible for them. We still have the one runner operating high up, staying in his lane, but he doesn't realize that he can come down into the lane, and he's already starting to feel the hurt out there. But it should be Kesian Agard is the man leading at the moment, and Agard is also there, and trying to stay in touch with them there. Benicio Viscuna is out there, but the man way out in front there is Kesian Agard from Pres San Fernando, and he is not looking to relinquish that lead anytime soon. He's on the back straight away now. He's on his final lap coming around. Others are only now taking the bell. But certainly moving nicely there. Agard looks very relaxed. The others are feeling the hurt, the sun, and of course the pace of the race. And but coming along quite nicely now. Kesian Agard of Pres San Fernando is making his way around as he comes to the line now to win it. He still has some work to do. The others are trying to close it, but they won't get there. And Agard makes it in just about 2:26. And the man from QRC has to hustle there. Lemuel Douglas will get second. And Burke, it was Chris Burke out of Superior West who would have snuck in there for third place. So there's Viscuna, and Roberts also finishing there. But those are the top three now. 2:34.39 for Chris Burke of Superior. Lemuel Douglas of QRC finished second, just ahead of him. But Kesian Agard from Presando, an easy winner to win the boys under 15 800 meter. And that was the first flight. The second flight is coming up next. We see the runners now making their way onto the track for this event. Section 2 of the 800 meters is about to start. Logan Diaz, Zidane Hamid, Jaden Mayers, Logan Diaz from QRC, Zidane Hamid from Fatima, He won yesterday as already. Jaden Mayers from El Dorado East. Aidan Edwards from Toko. Tristan Gomez from Trinity East also had a good showing. Liam Ince from St. Francis Boys. Tillon Smart, that is. Liam Ince from Trinity Mocha. Javon Williams from Sangre Grande. Also in there. Let's see how many of them will go. We had 9 in the last one. Well, there are about 10 of them on the track. So they had 9 in the first section, and now we have 10 in this one. So again, they're just trying to ensure that runners are start in their assigned lanes. And again, once they get to that 100 meters or so marker, they can then veer down into the inside lane, but not before. And they don't have to stay in their lane after that. You could if you choose to, but better advised to come down and run a shorter distance as possible around the track here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium as we celebrate 50 years since the great man won this country's first gold medal, Olympic gold medal that is. So I think the officials are just trying to sort out the lane assignments, make sure that the athletes on the track are all accounted for with their appropriate numbers and their lane assignments. So they're just making sure, and as soon as they assign a lane, they send the runners to their respective lanes. So already we have runners in lanes 1 to their respective lanes. So already we have runners in lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 2 in lane 8. And we're going to have the 10th runner. He may very well also join up in lane 7, or they might bring them apart a little bit and push them into lane 5, where they won't have too many of them there. So these are the boys triple jump. NZ Davis from QRC, 12.76 meters. Caden Perez of St. Augustine Secondary is second with 12.60 meters. And Matthew Prince of Presentation San Fernando, 9.41 meters, finished in third place. In the girls under 15 discus, Jada Barry of St. Francois, 16.85 meters, was first. Deja Absalom of St. Joseph's Convent San Fernando, 16.41 meters, second. And Nicola Hamilton of Cedar Secondary, 1501, was third, followed by Genesis Charles of Success Laventille, 11.39 meters. And in terms of the boys under 15 triathlon, Tyrone Marcelin, Holy Cross College. In the under 15 girls Triathlon, Sierra Sosa of Holy Name Convent, 1,235 points. Kelsey Roach of Bishop Anstey High School, 812 points. Sade Stevenson's Bishop Anstey High, 738 points, filled third place, followed by Deja Absalom of St. Joseph Convent San Fernando, 642, and Gabriela Spencer from St. Joseph Convent San Fernando, 366 points. Of course, you'll see in the long jump, Sosa had 463 meters. In the shot put, 8.54 meters. And in the 400, a time of 1 minute 10.41 seconds. And the boys 15 plus heptathlon, Terrell Hernandez of Bates Memorial High School, 3,869 points. Mark Weston of Cohen Hamilton Secondary was second in 3,398 points. And O.C. Ambrose of Trinity College East, third in 2,971 points. Joshua Andrews of Queens Royal College was fourth in 1,388. And Mikai Alexis of Presentation College, 778 points. And you'll just look at a breakdown of Hernandez in the 110 hurdles, 16.08 seconds. In the high jump, 1.65 meters. Shot put, 9.46 meters. Here we go to start the 800 meters, the second section of the 800 meters. Of course, Kizion Agard won section 1 in 2:26.57. Can anybody beat that? So they passed the 100 meters. So we have Logan Diaz of QRC. Of course, Zidane Hamid of Fatima will be challenging, I would imagine. But this is a different kettle of fish. This is hot, hot sun. So they come for the bell. So Richards of Holy Cross is in the lead, but he's being pursued by a group of 3. Can they close the gap on him? Trinity is well represented there as well, but they're right there. But can he now put on the afterburners and just separate himself a little bit more? They're trying to close, but I'm not sure if they can do it. But here we have an attack being launched. Is it too late to catch up with him? He's coming. And he decides he's going to go, but he has to hurry because he's closing ever so slightly. Still closing. Does he have enough? He left it a little too late and cannot catch up there in time. 2:25.78. So the runners, Hamid, and they're still fighting, trying to get to that finish line. So Logan Diaz and from QRC, Jaden Mayers from Eldo East, trying to encourage the ones who are participating. So we're getting ready now for the girls as they get ready to run their 800 meter. And so let me just go back and continue with some of the results that we would have had earlier. And I was going through the breakdown for the winner, Terrell Hernandez, in the boys 15 plus heptathlon. $3,869 points, 16.08 seconds for the 110 hurdles, 1.65 meters for the high jump, 9.46 meters for the shot put, 25.12 for the 200, the long jump 5.75 meters, and of course the javelin throw 39 meters, and the 800 2:17.83 was his time. And again, remember the points are critical in all of these. So in each event, if you put it the higher you place or the faster you run, it means more points you're going to get. So certainly, because they get ready for the girls 15, girls 17, under 17, 800. And just to go back to the discus throw for boys under 15, Elijah Titus of Marabella North, 29.21 meters. Samuel Williams of Trinity Mocha, 21.70 meters. And Shivani Noel of QRC, 21.27 meters. In third place, Success Laventille's Akeem McIntosh was fourth in 19.89 meter effort. And Adam Codrington of St. Benedict's College, 18.52 meters. That's the under 15 boys javelin. Those are the official results from that one. In the girls hammer throw, in the open category, 4 kilograms, Kayla Fitzpatrick of St. Joseph's Convent, Port of Spain, 22.87. So Kayla Fitzpatrick, there, Talia Lara from Toko Secondary, 22.50. And Sinead Vena Perez of St. Joseph Convent, 18.96. So here we go for the start of the girls U17's 15 or 800 meter event. And again, not a very fast pace, but at least they're moving. And now it's where the crunch comes in, because this is where runners try to separate themselves. And you think that this is the time. The first lap is really to set up the second lap. So 209.03 is the record. Holy name, Port of Spain, Cali Grant. And also the Aurora Lewis of Bishop Anstey, but she's struggling right now, can't keep up the pace. And in fact, nobody can hold on to this young lady. She's just easily controlling proceedings. So 2:05 already on the clock, so she's making her way around here now, under 150 meters to go. Coretta Charles from Tableland coming to the right. Mariah Charles. She is on her way to a big win here. Mariah Charles taking no prisoners. The lady from Tableland stretching out now as she comes to the line to win, and to win convincingly in number 237.9. And running into second place, so Grant of Holy Name, Port of Spain, Cali Grant of Holy Name, Port of Spain, doing her bit. So now it's a question of who will assume third place. Jada Medina. And coming back in there, Aurora Lewis, making it stay, but it's a tough run for her. And it shows on her face. Medina coming in third place. Grant 256.34. And of course, just finishing up here, ran in for her school and just getting over the line. In fact, she had to only now cross the line. And so she looks back and realizes that there is nobody coming. So there, Charles 237.93, a comfortable winner in that one. So now we're going to have this second section. 237.93 is the time to beat. So that would have been Katrina Suraj Bali Singh from Sando West, who was the last runner on the track there and made sure that she crossed the line with some effort. So the second section is about to be run off, and this girls under 17 800. So we're looking at some of the young men who will be coming to do their 800-meter event, 2 laps around the track here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium. As they make their way into the holding bay, the girls under 17s will do their run. This, of course, is section 2. We already had a winner from section 1, Mariah Charles from Tableland, 2:37.93. So that is the time that they will try to beat here. So we have 7 runners facing the starter here. So we have runners from lane 2 all the way up to lane 8 entered in this one, this second section of the under 17 800-meter event. Coming to you here live on 360 TV on day 2 of the Massey Secondary Schools Track and Field Championships 2026, the Trinidad edition. We say hello to all our fans in Tobago who are logging on to follow the action. And I know your show was a big one, and you're probably just gauging performances there with what you're seeing here. So here we go with this one. This is the second leg, and hoping that we get something special. So they complete the first 100 meters or so, and now they can tuck inside in the lane 8, in the out of lanes rather, and now they can distinction. Aaliyah Teasdale. Sophia Merez of El Dorado West also there, but she's in 4th position right now as they take the bell and make their way around the southern part of the movie town part of the Hasely Crawford Stadium, heading up the back straightaway now. Joselle Gibson of Providence, they're trying to stay in the race, but it's tough going for them because at the front of the race, Ruth David of Batalia South, and Nyla Kerr of Sawa South is really obliterating the field here as she cruises around the second time around the track here at the Hasely Crawford Stadium, and she comes in front of the main pavilion. She is well on her way to another victory here for Barataria South. Nyla Kerr running towards the finish line. And so finally coming over there. But Kerr 2:28.51. And her time would be much faster than Mariah Charles, who won the first section. So but based on times, she would be the winner, the overall winner. To Teesdale, 2:37.65. And the Freitas 2:39.66. So and those are the ones who would have been in contention here. And if you look at these times, 2:28.51, Nyla Kerr was much faster than the 2:37.93 that Mariah Charles put down. In fact, faster than that would have been the 2:31.66 by Teesdale. And Aliyah De Freitas. And but immediately they go into the boys' 800-meter runs, under 17 boys. And then they'll do the 17 plus girls and boys 800-meter events here as well. And then, of course, we will close off with the 400 meters. Remember, we had the qualifiers from yesterday, so they'll have their final today. Of the 3-day event put on by the Secondary Schools Track and Field Association. There's the Secondary Schools Track and Field 2026 Championship Trinidad edition. So they're still sorting out the boys here now as they anxiously await the starter's gun to send them on their way. And still we have a few runners. We have runners in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But there are 4 other runners, it looks like, who are there. Only lanes 1 and 2 are vacant. So I suppose 2 will go there, and then another 2 will go in lane 1, and the other 2 will go in lane 2. Or is that, or they're going to put 1 and 2 there. And yes, they put the additional runners on the outside in lanes 7 and 8. So we're getting ready now for the boys under 17 800 meters, sections 1 of 3. So 1:56.88 is a good time. So the runners again making their way, heading up the back straightaway. Michael Charles of El Dorado East is right there in the mix. Cohen Joseph Chagona South also making headway. Can of Diego Martin Central right in the mix. So Jamal Bailey continues to lead going up there. And but he's Cohen Joseph of Togona South is right there, though he hasn't given up just yet. And that's because Joseph has calmly eased into a striking distance, and now there must be a kick here coming, we would imagine, coming from Bailey, but Bailey realizes that he's under pressure here now because Joseph is right there breathing down his neck. They run him shoulder to shoulder, he just doesn't have it, and he cannot get there. He's trying, but he cannot get there. And it's a big win there for Jamal Bailey, 209.57. To 209.61. And Joseph, 209.77. And in third place, we have Mitchell in 2:14.36. The man from Fatima College taking third place. So this is the young man from El Dorado making sure that he finishes the race. So we see the athletes under the tent there. It's a nice cool spot for them as they get ready to come out on the track to perform. We remember this is a time final, so the times are very important. 2:09.61. Jamal Bailey. So we have another batch of runners, the two of three groups. So they're getting themselves sorted out here. So we have so again, just to give you the remember, Adriana Garcia of Corpus Christi, 2:42.92. Aaliyah Griffith of Bishop's, 2:44.22. And Brittany Morgan of Diego Martin North, 2:46.36. The winners of the girls' 1,500 meters, under 15. Here we go. For the second leg of the boys under 17 800 meter. So again, these two burst out to the front. The man from CIC though is closing in there. So they come in for the belt. Harris is in second position for now, from the man from QRC.
Michael Serrat of Arima Central.
So Serrat doing very, very well. Michael Serrat. And Caden Xavier Mahar Harris trying his best to hang on here, but he's having problems because here goes Michael Serrat of Arima Central. He starts to rotor and is putting some serious daylight between himself and Harris as he powers to the line now with so now is really a big ring, and of course Harris of QRC would finish second in 2:12.90, and in third place it looks like Simon, but actually it's McDonald, 2:26.60 for McDonald. So again, the man from Arima Central, Michael Serrat, 2:05.53, and already his time is quicker than Jamal Bailey's 2:09.61. So we have a new leader of the race, and will it get faster in the third section? We wait to see whether or not we have a faster race in the third section. We see the runners coming out, looking very relaxed. They were in the shade, of course, taking in the proceedings, and now it's time to go to work for these runners. As we see them again, a pretty hectic bunch coming to the starting blocks. So we have two runners in lane 3, 2 in lane 4, 2 in lane 5, 2 in lane 6, and 2 in lane 7. So in all, we have 13 runners in this third and final section of the under 15 boys 800 meters. Caleb Pierre is also in there. Ronaldo Lejean. And now we looking for early separation again. Christian Moore is also there. Zaid Hamid, Dakari Stewart, also trying to get of North Gate, trying to get up there. Some runners already feeling the hurt. So the man from Diego Martin North, Zuriel McNeil, continues to lead. And but there isn't much coming after that. Because he pretty much has this race under control. So Zuriel McNeil coming in the home straight, into the home straight now. as he just takes his time and coming in to win this one, and he's going to win it in on a canter there. Diego Martin North is in the house. Zoyal McNeil to win it, and coming in second, 206. And filling third place, so Zaid Hamid of Fatima College also did well in 2:20.32. So some decent run in 206.80. And of course, no disputing trust his fitness. He did that, and he did that well. So now we're getting ready for the girls 17 plus 800. They would be anxious because they had to wait their turn, and now they get an opportunity to stretch their legs in earnest here. So we have runners in lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 and 7, and 2 and 8. So we have 10 runners on the track here now. So as they get ready for this 800-meter event here for 17 plus girls. Officials again just making sure. So as the evening sort of winds down for some of these youngsters, as their events, some of them are probably ended over the first 2 days. Tomorrow, of course, would be a series of finals. So unless they would have qualified for those finals, they may just be supporting their classmates or their schools as they hunt medals already. Bishop Anstey looked like they want to take the overall title. They were leaders, big leaders, and but tomorrow could really determine the final standings for the overall school. And I'm sure they're looking forward to that so that they can put another trophy in the cabinet at school. So this is the 17 plus girls under. This is the 17 plus girls 800 meter event, and this will be followed by the boys event, and they have 2 sections. This is just one race for the girls and 2 for the boys. So on the track, we expect to see the likes of Alafia Charles from St. Stephen's, Bishop Anstey, of course, Janaya Tobias, Jada Felix from Malik, Maya Phillips from Bishop, St. Francois, Ariel Richardson, Malabar, Queen Esther Martin, Cheyenne Lewis of Diego Martin Central, Sunny Bartholomew from Holy Name, and Amira Prasad of Sando West. So, I think the officials are ready for us. So here we go to start the race.
So remember, keep steam. Because Saturday we have an equal baby from Corpus Christi. And she has already in a ribbon form in this particular distance already as a student lead.
So quickly we see
And she did the same thing yesterday, the 1,500
as they push out and push out early.
an equal baby, sister of Jama Bailey.
So Bailey doing the business. Cheyenne Lewis of Diego Martin Central also there. Tobias also making her feelings, making her presence felt. 1:06 is the time for the first lap for Bailey. But of course, it's Bailey who's doing the business. Cheyenne Lewis trying to stay in touch. Janaya Tobias also trying to keep things up. But she's coming under some pressure now. So this is where the challenge is. So Cheyenne Lewis of Diego Martin Central is taking the lead. And Bailey cannot respond, at least not just yet. Does she have it? Can Lewis keep it going? Lewis is starting to pull away. Bailey trying to hold on there, but she cannot. She just doesn't have a response. And this is excellent running again from Cheyenne Lewis. She's going to win it in 2:17:36. Diego Martin Central showing the way here. So 2:17:42 is her time. Bailey would be second in 2:19:64. And the runners, Felix from Malik coming in as well. Tobias filling third place. So what a run that is from Cheyenne Lewis. She sort of bided her time and then waited till it was time to punks, and she took Bailey on and went past her and was never caught after that. In fact, she struck at the right time, and she went past her. She didn't leave much time for Bailey to respond. She had time, Bailey, but she couldn't do it. 2:17:42 as opposed to 2:19:64. So here is the last runner coming in. Getting good applause as well to bring it home for her school, showing that real determination that is synonymous with schools sports. So are we going to the 400 meter girls 400 meter? In lane 1, so Jalise Vincent is out there. So Tanique Vincent is right there and really the one to beat, so to speak. And Ariella Cerez. And of course, Bates Memorial, Isabella Solomon. But Tanique Vincent from Sixth Form Government, a Carifta Games qualifier already. Closing off, this is their final event in this outdoor pentathlon, the 800 meter run. And I know a lot of athletes who do multi-sport, they hate this run because it's so demanding. After they do all the different things and they punish their bodies, they then have to come and do an 800 meter run to close it off, which is one of the more difficult races to run, and they have to do it last. So they don't ever look forward to this one. But she is so strong as she comes home now. Tanique Vincent from Sixth Form Government, showing why she is a champion. Tanique Vincent of Sixth Form Government. So Isabella Solomon of Great Memorial will finish in third place, and Jada Clement, Ariella Sirius, and Ariella Sirius and Jada Clement from St. Joseph Convent in San Fernando. And again, it's just a finish because they would have competed in their other events yesterday and today. So this is really the part for them. So we just saw there the completion of the meter run, and one expertly by Tanique Vincent, sixth form government. And now you see why she is a character favorite, and certainly one to watch going forward in the multidiscipline events. And we also have the boys heptathlon, their 15 plus 800 meter run, so they will close off their campaign as well. Remember, we also have two sections of the boys under 17 800 meter final. And I think there's a false start, so they'll have to do it again. It's already hot, so it's very punishing when you... So the runners are going to have to come back and do it all over again. And I don't think I know of one runner who likes to do this. But once they get out of their blocks, they just want to keep going. So having to come back is not a nice thing for them, not to come back and start all over again.
Now, the official start with the Christopher Sami of
So this is the 17 plus 800 meter run. Christopher Sammy from QRC is in there. Of course, the man from Irie High, Nathan Garin from Irie High is there. The man from Waterloo is also in the mix as well. Jonathan Francois. Blaine Williams Francois is another one. Cristiano DeAndre from Northeastern College also making good strides. So again, Jonathan Francois showing his capabilities, but he has company. He hasn't been able to shake Sammy just yet. And we'll see if he will be able to do that. Fatima's Blaine Williams also in the loop there, but he has work to do. Now the man from QRC has decided he wants to take the lead. Christopher Sammy eases forward. And now Jonathan Francois has slipped into second, and coming looking very strong indeed is Christopher Sammy from Queen's Royal College. The Royalians will be cheering him on as he hits the line now in 2:06. And Blaine Williams and 2:13.53 for Williams. So they've laid down the marker now for the second section. So let's look at the athletes now coming out for the second section of this 800, the final 800 meter run for today and for this meet, actually in this 17 plus category. So again, the officials are just making sure it's a big bunch. So it's 14 of them facing the starter. As you see, the runners there now immediately sent on their way. So again, they're off sprinting, they're running in their lanes for the first 100 meters or so, and then they will cut in, or be allowed to cut in, and then see if they can battle it the rest of the way. Eaton St. Louis Elijah Mitchell from Trinity East. Alda from Fatima from QRC. And again, QRC threatening another win here. But the time is going to be crucial. And Isaiah Alda now finds that the pace is a little too quick. And he now slips back into third place, but it's at the front. Hakeem Salandi of Diego Martin Central. Can he? So they're still fighting here. Who is going to win this one? It's a little push here. So Mitchell doing it oh so well in the end, holding on, just timing it right. Elijah Mitchell from Trinity East. 2:03:45. And Alda would have held on for third place there, the man from QRC. So the last two runners coming in and completing the race. So that would have completed the 800-meter runs so far in this one. And we should be getting ready now for the finals of the 400-meter events to bring the curtains down on day 2 of these championships and set up a brilliant third day right here tomorrow. So again, we encourage you to join us from 9 in the morning, just about 9 o'clock in the morning. And we will have our coverage here on 360 TV on YouTube. And we look forward to your company there as well. And of course, we looking at the start of the girls under 15 400 meters will be the first one to take center stage.
In sixth position
And so again, as we were talking a little bit early on, as we get ready for the 400s, I was giving you some of the results, the earlier results. The Hammer Throw Open for girls. Kayla Fitzpatrick of St. Joseph Convent, 22.87 meters. Talia Lara of Toko Secondary, 22.50. And Shanied Vina Perez of St. Joseph Convent, San Fernando, 18.96 meters. Tonya Lara of Toko Secondary, 15.73 meters, filled fourth place. And Melanie Burrell of Sangre Grande Secondary, 13.06 meters. Again, the girls under 15 shot put. Kelly's Granum of Bishop Anstey East, 9.23 meters. Zaria Kennedy, Bishop Anstey East. And in third place, Brielle Job of Toko Secondary, 6.90 meters. Deja Absalom of St. Joseph Convent was fourth with 6.60 meter effort. In the under 17 shot put for girls, Janaya Thomas of Bishop Anstey, 11.85 meters. Kayla Fitzpatrick of St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain, 11.74 meters. And Carissa Williams of Bishop Anstey East, 11.63 meters. And the girls under 15 long jump, Desting Arnold of St. Charles Girls, 4.78 meters. Sierra Sosa, Holy Name Convent, Port of Spain, 4.63 meters. And Shadi Stevenson of Bishop Anstey, 4.51 meters. We'll take a break for that as we set up the girls under 15 400 meter final. In lane 1, Kaylee Jones of St. Joseph's Convent. In lane 2, Kendi Martin of Bishop Anstey. In lane 3, Khadija Butler of St. Joseph's Convent, Port of Spain. In lane 4, Kiana Cummings of Bishop Anstey. Lane 5, Justin Smith, Bishop East. In lane 6, Amana Adams of St. James. In lane 7, Brittany Morgan of Digger Martin North. And in lane 8, Anaya London of Sando East. So those are the participants for the girls under 15 400 meter dash. So this is where the air is rare now. This is business now. And yesterday they were just in the qualifiers. So now they have to do it again and try and win this one. This is the one to win. You made it this far, you might as well go all the way. Still to come, we have the boys under 15, the girls under 17, the boys under 17 400, the girls swings among the favorites. And here they go quickly away. And Cummings starting to make some early progress as she eases up there on Justin Smith in lane 5. And you could see her there running nicely into the lead now as she starts to rotor here. Kiana Cummings of Bishop Anstey going the best of the lot, but she has company because just to her outside there is Anana Adams from St. James and Justine Smith of Bishop's East. But all of a sudden she finds another gear, but look at who's coming on the inside of her. Did she go too early? Khadija Butler of St. Joseph's Convent trying hard in lane 3, but I don't know if she's going to get there. Kiana Cummings from Bishop Anstey is going to hold on. She is pushing, pumping, pushing to get there. And she gets there in 57.90 seconds. As they both complete, but what a run by Khadijah Butler. She didn't make it easy for Cummings, and Cummings would know that as well. But a fine run indeed. 59.78. And Butler in 1 minute and 55. And of course, Smith of Bishops, Justine Smith of Bishops East fell in third place in 1:05.27. So again, a fine run again from Kiana Cummings, but she was pushed hard by Khadijah Butler of St. Joseph Convent. But the Bishop Anstey Star held on for the victory there. Congratulations again, and that is just more points for them to secure the overall girls title. So now we look at the boys under 15. 400-meter dash. Of course, the Jabari branch of Arima Central set the record back in 2020 with a time of 52.39. Running out of lane 1, Ayinde Agard of Queen's Royal College. DeAndre Valentine of Sangre Grande Secondary will run out of lane 2. Jehu Edwards of Arima North runs out of lane 3. In lane 4, we have Kadesh Frank of Woodbrook. Kadesh Frank out of Woodbrook. In lane 5, on Jones Benjamin of El Dorado East. Lane 6, Aidan Lafoucard from St. James. Daniel John runs out of lane 7 from Fatima. And in lane 8, Kezian Agard out of Presentation College of San Fernando. Those are your 8 runners for the boys under 15 400 meter. The record is 52.39. Will that be challenged today? We wait to see. Kadesh Frank from Woodbrook might be thinking record, but so too will be Jones Benjamin and Lafoucard as well. Let's see who has it, who has the best. And already we're looking at the speed there of Kadesh Frank from Woodbrook going nicely out in front. Goes towards 200. Way out in the distance, Kezian Agard is trying his bet from Presentation San Fernando. But Jehu Edwards is trying. Kadesh Frank, though, is looking to put this field away and put them away early. He is pushing hard. Kadesh Frank from Woodbrook, 53.70 yesterday. What does he do today? 52.49. Just out of it. 52.39 is the record. And he just did a 52.49. Well, very close indeed. The man from Woodbrook produced a 52.49 or thereabouts. 52.52, they rounded it off to 55.53 for Edwards. So Jehu Edwards and Johnson. So what a fantastic race indeed. So Jones Benjamin 55.92 So certainly some quality races here, and you understand why these athletes made it through to the final, and they are really laying it on the line. He was so close, Cadiz Frank. And we're getting ready now for the girls under 17 400. So they too are expected to put on a show. The girls under 17 400 will feature Honora Simmons in lane 1 from Woodbrook. And she would have just seen Frank put on a show there representing the schools. I'm sure she would like to do a similar thing. But she has a tough assignment running out of lane 1. Keisha Groves of Southern Academy. Sophia Bristol from Cedros will run out of lane 3, Groves out of lane 2, and Simmons out of lane 1. Nyla Kerr from Sawa South will run out of lane 4, and she's the one to beat. Jadel Joseph will try to track her down from Tunapuna. Aliyah Teasdale, not to be underestimated, from Tableland, she runs out of lane 6. Chelsea Charles from Bishop Anstey will run out of lane 7. And Megan Batiste from Mayaro will run way out in lane 8. And there is Nyla Kerr. She's the one to beat. She starts as a slight favorite in this one. Kerr had a 1 minute 00.59 seconds clocking, the fastest coming in. So let's see if she can repeat that, or can she dip under 1 minute. Nyla Kerr. There's Sophia Bristol is out from Cedros. And immediately they are off and running. She's still going. And certainly on her outside is Jadel Joseph of Tunapuna, making her have to work for it. But she's making up the stagger on them now. When she comes out of the straightaway, she will be comfortably into the lead. Now she's starting to work, and you see the hair starting to bounce as she puts on the afterburners and starts to settle down now and starts to push for home. Race over as she comes driving to the finish line. She is in a class by herself here now, and she wins it in 58 seconds flat, dipping under the 1 minute mark. What a run by this young lady, and certainly and second and third was very tight indeed, but Kerr 58.04 and Teasdale 101.63. So a personal best for her. Congratulations to her. Fantastic run indeed. And what a time to do it. And Groves 101.82 for Groves. So the young lady from Sawa South has done it again. She was outstanding yesterday, and to show that there was no fluke, she came back and she went even faster today with a personal best 58.04 seconds clocking. And spare thought for Aliyah Teasdale, who was second in 101.63, and Keja Groves from Southern Academy 101.82. Now we go to the boys under 17, 400 meters. Again, the record there is 48.04 seconds. But none of these runners have come close to that. However, there's always an opportunity. Once you're running, you have a chance. And I'm sure Julian Chinley will try his best to see if he could do that. Here again. So the starting lineup for today, Isaiah John, who had qualified from El Dorado but is not running in lane 1. Chasiri Charles out of Sando Central runs in lane 2. Lane 3 should have been occupied by Dario Tavernier, but he from El Dorado East, but he is absent. In lane 4, Julian Chinley from the International School. Lyndon George out of QRC runs out of lane 5. Miloto Cristo from Presentation Sando runs out of lane 6. In lane 7, Zuriel McNeil from Diego Martin North. And in lane 8, Deshaun Trudge from QRC. Those are your starters for boys under 17, 400 meters. 48.04 is the record by Mark Noriega from El Dorado Senior back in 1989. So that record has been around for a long, long time. So here we go, the under-starters orders. In the set position and sent on their way. Who will make the move the first? Nice even break. We're looking at coming out of the leader, trying to push out is Melito Cristo from Presentation San Fernando, but look at how easily Chinley has eased into position there in the white shirt. He's right there, but QRC not letting him get away there. Chinley, Lily coming into the straight, but look at in the inside. Chasari Charles on the inside is trying, but it's QRC right now. Lyndon George trying to hold on. George holds on, and also coming there, Chasari Charles does very well. Chasiri Charles comes on nicely to finish second, but it is that man from QRC, Lyndon George, who does it, running out of lane 5. So George 50.31, 50.59 for Charles. And 50.88, 87 for Chinley. So this will be their fastest times here. So it's good to see that they save some energy for the final and then produce their fastest times here. So great running from these youngsters. Excellent work again by them, but congratulations again to Lyndon George with a fine run, well timed, and even though he came under some pressure at the end, he was too strong for Chasiri Charles and for Julian Chinley. So now this sets up the penultimate race of the day. In fact, the last two races of the day, with the girls 17 plus 400 meter and the boys 17 plus 400 meters. But the girls will go first. So the lineup for this one, remember the record is 54.80. The Kaisha Hills of Holy Faith Convent back in 2003. In lane 1, we have Jada Felix from Malik. In lane 2, Destiny Bartholomew from Holy Name, Point Fortin. Janisha Alambi from Holy Name, Port of Spain. Kaya Hyson from St. Kevin's. Doliana Rouse from Holy Name. Jaden Joseph of El Dorado runs out of lane 6. Zariah Pascal from El Dorado West runs out of lane 7. And Janaya Tobias from Bishop Anstey runs out of lane 8. Kaya Hyson, again, is the one to beat. Doliana Rouse from Holy Name will probably be pushing her every step of the way. Felix, Bartholomew, Alambi, Hyson, Rouse, Joseph, Pascal, and Tobias. Full house. Actually, no, lane 5 is vacant, Rouse. And the off and running here. It's going to be interesting. Right now, going out there quickly, out in the front there is Pascal. Zariah Pascal doing well, but still just easing into her work here now is Kaya Hyson from St. Kevin's, and she now is going to take the lead and start to operate on the field. As she comes into about 150 meters to go, she is coming, but look at her on the inside, coming very, very hard at her. Kaya Hansen is running a very good race, but who knows, coming out of lane 3, Allenby is trying, but she won't catch her. And Allenby is going to hold on for second, but look at Kaya Hyson, 56.08, a little bit quicker than she went yesterday. We see how they rounded out to maybe 56.10, 56.15. So second place is 56. 58.15 for Joseph. 58.55 for Joseph. So 59.3, and that would have been coming out there. Janisa Allenby, 58.55. So another fantastic run. So 59 flat for Joseph. Or for Lewis. Allenby was second and Joseph third. Yep. No, Allenby was second, running from St. Joseph, from Holy Name.
Joseph was second. Joseph second with 58.55.
Mm-hmm.
And Lewis was third.
But I'm watching at the board and they have it as Allenby as the one who was in second place. And Allenby was on the running on the inside. So now we're looking at the boys 17 plus, 400. Michaela Nathaniel from Carapichaima West runs in lane 1. Jonathan Francois from Waterloo runs in lane 2. Kai Abraham from El Dorado East runs out of lane 3. Elijah Arthur runs out of lane 4 from Presentation San Fernando. Cordell Lewis from Diego Martin North runs in lane 5. Cordell Lewis from Diego Martin North also runs in lane 6. Omari Brown from Presentation Sando runs in lane 7. And Jordan James from Trinity East runs out of lane 8.
Sorry about that, my apology. Lane 4, presentation by San Fernando. And that's because he has the fastest time.
So missing out of lane 3 is Kai Abraham. So Abraham is absent. So it will be Nathaniel Francois, Arthur Lewis, Brown, and James. Cordis and Cordell Lewis. Which one will take it? Here we go now for the start of the boys 17 plus, and running very hard indeed out there. He'll be just in second place right now when you make up the stagger, but by the time he gets around, he might very well find himself in the lead. Can they hang with him now as he comes into the straightaway, just a little bit outside of Omari Brown? Omari Brown is pulling away. Omari Brown is pulling away. He is being pushed by Lewis. Cordell Lewis is trying, but it's Omari Brown who's going to win it from Lewis. And just coming on to third place, Elijah Arthur. Omari Brown has done it again. He just can't stop winning. What an athlete is this young man. Omari Brown of Presentation College, San Fernando. 48.98. 94 is how they rounded off. What a fantastic run from him. And certainly Cordell Lewis came in with a strong run to factor into second. 49.64 for him. And of course Arthur 50.13. He would be a little bit disappointed because he was the fastest man coming out of here. So the only one to dip under 50 seconds with a 49.92. He couldn't reproduce that. Instead, it is 48.94 from Omari Brown that sets the tone here and set it up quite nicely indeed. So that's the end of another fantastic day of racing here at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, day 2 of the Massey Secondary Schools Track and Field Championships 2026 Trinidad edition. And on that note, we bid you farewell from the Hazley Crawford. Look forward to your company again come tomorrow when we do day 3 of these championships. And we have some more interesting events for you. The sprints will be taking center stage. We hope to see you then. I'm Ruskin Mark. Thanks so much. And do join us again right here on 360 TV for more coverage from about 9 tomorrow morning.